in a destroyed land, a white-haired man kneels among his fallen comrades. He then casts a spell, trying to find any answer or a sign of life. Desperate, the mage asks out loud if there are any other survivors nearby. However, he only sees the bodies of his allies and begs for someone to move or make a sound. In that moment, he increases the power of his magic, searching for any trace of hope, but he soon realizes that in the end, no one is left and wonders if he's the only one who survived. With that, the image of the one responsible for all that destruction appears in the reflection of his eye. It's the demon who managed to unite his entire race for war for the first time. He was the high priest and was responsible for bringing humanity to the brink of collapse. During the assault, a horrible demon prepares to harm a helpless, crying baby. Seeing this, our white-haired mage conjures a spell in an ancient tongue to save the child. With his magic, a portal of blue light opens and sends the little one far away. The baby is then enveloped in a green energy and taken to a safe place, and the child is received by a woman who was in the war against the demons. The white-haired mage was on the front lines with his mages of the White Tower. He was there to risk everything he had for the future of the human race. The tower's leader then uses a powerful light spell against the demonic forces. Without their help, no one would have been able to defeat the enemy army, but the cost was high. Back in the present, a green-haired woman confirms that the high priest has been defeated. The mage recognizes her as Edna, the last dragon and observer of the world. She then says she has good news and bad news, and he asks her to start with the bad. The bad news is that the demon army invaded the White Tower, and many mages were lost. The good news is that the Imperial forces arrived quickly and saved some survivors. Feeling a sense of relief, the man coughs up blood as Edna asks if he regrets his choice. He says he doesn't, as he was the one who selected each person for that mission. She then asks if the mage has anything else to say before he departs. With that, he asks her to look after his disciples, who are still young and eager. Edna then bows slightly and says she will check on them from time to time. The mage is surprised and asks why a dragon is bowing to a mere human, but she simply says that he has the right to receive such respect. She assures him that neither the continent nor Shield will forget the sacrifices of the White Tower's heroes. The man then closes his eyes and admits it would be a lie to say he has no regrets. He thinks that he may have been the best mage, but he failed as a leader and wanted another chance. In that moment, he remembers the happy times he spent with his young apprentices. His last wish was to have had a selfish life, just to protect his people. With his last breath, he covers his eyes and finally rests in peace. A shooting star crosses the sky as the passing of the Magic Tower's master is confirmed. A record is written detailing the losses, including Master Oscar Sage, who was lost in action. After that, a green leaf floats toward a huge and majestic tower. The leaf lands softly on the window of a room where two people are talking. The green leaf floats inside and lands on the hand of a young man asleep in bed. Suddenly, the man wakes up startled, and the leaf falls beside him on the sheet. Startled, he hits a young blue-haired man who drops a basin of water. The boy complains about being all wet, while the man in bed seems confused by everything. The blue-haired boy then complains about his terrible sleeping habits and lack of gratitude. The young man realizes he was sleeping in a completely defenseless state. He clutches his chest tightly, remembering he should have been finished in that battle. A memory shows that his heart was pierced by the demon high priest. When he tries to ask what happened, the door is violently burst open. A noble-looking blonde man storms into the room with an expression of pure fury. The blonde man grabs the boy and says he'll deal with him, while the other on the floor wonders what's going on. The blue-haired youth tries to hold back the older man, and our protagonist asks how he's alive. At this, the nobleman smiles and asks if he also finds the fact that he's alive fascinating. Arrogantly, he demands that they explain the current situation to him in detail. Hearing this, the blonde man becomes extremely irritated by the young man's audacity. He then raises his hand to slap him, saying he should be begging for his life. The blonde man thinks it might be an attack from an assassin sent by the demons, but the protagonist quickly summons a wind shield to protect himself from the blow. The green magic barrier instantly blocks the nobleman's attack. The attacker thinks he's just a low-level mage who attacked without thinking, but to everyone's surprise, the wind's shield begins to disappear upon being touched. The mage looks at his hands in shock and wonders what this pathetic magic is. The nobleman is impressed by the shield and says he wasn't just playing around. He postpones disciplinary action and tells the young man to focus on his recovery. The boy is stunned by the scene, and the mage wonders how long he was asleep. He then analyzes his body and realizes his circuits and mana purity are in terrible shape. Desperate, he yells, asking what day it is, and the boy says September 21st. He concludes that he slept for 5 months, but the youth says it was only for a day at most. The mage then asks them to call Lloyd Gilly or Shasha to explain the whole situation. The boy is startled and says they are traitors who abandoned the tower a long time ago. Our protagonist shouts in fury, saying that's all a bunch of nonsense. The young mage uses a spell and realizes the air doesn't tremble, meaning he isn't lying. Confused, the man wonders how Shasha could be the tower master at only 5 years old. The boy is confused and asks why he didn't say 25 years instead of 5. The boy then makes a cute face and asks why Oscar Sage is mad at a child. The mage pauses for a moment and thinks that the act was very natural. He then looks at his reflection in the window and becomes very confused by what he sees. In shock, he grabs his own face and wonders who that person in the reflection is. Sitting in a chair, he understands that 20 years have passed since he was gone. Looking out the window, he notices that the surrounding city has developed quite a bit. He observes that the bright things are streetlights and that the horseless carriage is a car. And all this technological advancement was thanks to the magical engineering revolution. With a smile, he thinks his old companions would have loved to see all this progress. He remembers when the world was collapsing and there was only despair in people's eyes. But he decides to stop reminiscing to organize everything. He's learned about the body's owner. The young man's name was Oscar Crushen, a level 1 mage from a bankrupt noble family. The young man was terrible as a mage because at 20 years old, he was still at the 1st level. In his haste, he diverted research funds to buy an illegal elixir and passed out. If the elixir worked, it would increase his mana, but if it failed, he could lose his life. At that moment, the mage notices something strange, and his eyes widen in surprise. He feels an amount of mana far too large for a simple level 1 mage. Furthermore, almost all the mana was pure and had not yet been refined by the body. He then notices a small, dark, and impure speck floating in the midst of all that energy. Confused, he wonders what it is as the speck moves toward his hand. Suddenly, a drop of a black, viscous liquid drips from his index finger. The drop falls to the floor and spreads, forming a small puddle of dark substance. Upon analyzing the liquid, he immediately understands what it is and is shocked. With his fingertip, he touches the puddle and confirms that the substance is a poison. Now he wonders why there was such a powerful poison in that young mage's body. With a sly smile, he finally says that he understands the whole situation, and with a confident expression, he claims to have perfectly understood what happened. First, the illegal elixir the young man took was not fake, but a very rare item. The problem was that Oscar Crushen didn't know the elixir was poisoned. The poison was of such a high level that it was used to eliminate a level 1 mage. With that, he snaps his fingers thoughtfully as he pieces everything together. He doesn't know who is playing with his soul, but he's grateful for the opportunity because consequently, he received the second chance he so desired before he passed. He holds the empty vial and decides that this is a good start to his new life. He then promises that, as payment for borrowing his body, he will avenge him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Saren, a man runs to deliver news about the shop. He finds his boss, who scolds him for not treating him with proper respect. The man then reports that the shop was completely destroyed on the inside by some mage. The boss is in disbelief when his subordinate suggests that the culprit was Oscar Crushen. The henchman is afraid the White Tower will investigate and remembers who asked him to do it. The person who made the request was a mage from the White Tower and wore the organization's ring. Suddenly, the two are startled by a noise and shout, asking who's there. Just then, Oscar Crushen appears at the door in a new mage's outfit, surprising everyone. He says he tracked the scent from the vial and realized there are more people involved than he thought. The boss asks if he was the one who destroyed the shop, and Oscar calmly confirms the act. The mage says he's very interested in their conversation and invites them to continue the discussion. The boss then gives the order for his men to eliminate the mage who invaded the premises. With that, one of the henchmen quickly advances toward the young man with a dagger in hand. But our protagonist says if that's how they want to play, he won't go easy on them. He quickly uses a spell called Wind Cutter to defend himself from the attack. The blade of wind hits the henchman head on, throwing him far away with the impact. The man falls to the ground already gone after being hit by the mage's powerful spell. Our protagonist seems to not believe that the blow wasn't as clean as he expected. Seeing his man down, the boss shouts his name in complete despair and panic. Furious, the group's leader draws a firearm and points it directly at our mage. He then fires several times, but the young mage finds the scene rather interesting. The young man uses his wind shield again to stop the projectiles and analyzes the weapon. The bullets stop in mid-air, and he asks if those small metal objects are the so-called bullets. With a smile, he says that is intriguing as it is. He'll return them for now. The projectiles hit the man squarely, leaving him gravely wounded from the shots. Lying on the floor, the boss curses the mage, who steps on him and says his men won't be coming. He explains that he didn't use silence, but a spell that prevents sound from leaving the room. Sitting comfortably, he asks the man to answer who ordered him to be harmed. But before the boss can finish his sentence, he is interrupted by a kick to the face. The mage then asks if his pride is more valuable than his life and praises his courage. He then uses a wind spell to inflict unbearable pain on the man. The boss screams in agony as his body is pierced from the inside by the wind magic. The magic channels wind inside the body, making it feel like 1,000 needles are piercing him. Our protagonist says he doesn't like to cause pain to others because it gets too noisy. Desperate, the man begs him to stop and promises he'll tell him everything he knows. With that, the mage stops the spell and asks him to tell him everything about his mysterious patron. He says the patron gave him the elixir and money to sell it at a low price. He didn't see the man's face, but is sure he was wearing a White Tower ring. The mage thinks the ring was a trick to deceive him, but the man remembers a scent. The boss says the patron had a unique, refreshing, and clear scent of mint. The young man then asks how they would have handled the consequences after eliminating him. The man talks about the withdrawal of the 4 magic towers, but the mage doesn't understand. He pretends he forgot because of the elixir, and the boss offers the documents to prove it. The man then sits up, trembling with fear, while the mage waits for the papers. He then hands all the relevant documents about the case to our hero. The mage begins to read the papers and realizes the White Tower's situation is worrying. The day of his passing became a holiday, but the tower now has the worst results. He remembers giving documents to Edna to prevent this from happening. With the worst business results, he asks what the other towers' businesses are. The Yellow Tower of the East controls lightning and started the era of magical engineering. The Blue Tower of the South contributed to businesses in drinking water, agriculture, and potions. And finally, the Red Tower of the West, which joined the military ranks on missions. With all that, the mage asks about the White Tower's business, and the man hesitates. He then reveals that the White Tower is now dedicated to making deliveries, and the mage is stunned. In disbelief, he repeats the word, deliveries, unable to believe what he heard. The boss explains that they have an advantage in delivering items quickly and safely. The mage becomes curious about the so-called knights mentioned and decides to do a reality check. He remembers that the White Tower mages used to fly and were compared to dragons and eagles. Sighing in frustration, He asks who came up with the ridiculous idea for this new business. Upon learning it was his own disciples, he has an expression of pure disappointment. The young man also questions the Blue Tower, taking over the potion business, which is the biggest source of profit. It turns out the Blue Tower has a monopoly on the potion market after an incident. The water and agriculture business consists of selling clean water at high prices to the rich. He doesn't understand why anyone would buy clean water when you can drink from a well. The man laughs and says it's a recent trend among the rich to make a quick buck. In short, the White Tower can't keep up with the other tower's profits and is in trouble. The boss starts to tremble and complain of pain, while the mage considers whether to save him. But upon picking up the man's record book, he changes his mind and decides to analyze the contents. He is shocked to see that the book contains records of fires, attacks, and even eliminations. Disgusted, he says the man is a piece of trash with legs and turns to leave. He then says goodbye and jumps out the window, leaving the injured man behind. Once outside, he wishes for the boss to be a good person in his next life. After settling things, he returns to the White Tower at dawn. Arriving at his quarters, he enters through the door and complains about how tired he is. He throws himself into the armchair, unable to believe he's so exhausted from just a few spells. Worried, he wonders if, in his current state, he can use that special magic, the magic that made him the greatest mage in human history, the Wind Archive. He tries to cast the spell, but the magic dissipates, and he realizes he still can't do it. He then decides he needs to fully understand the condition of his new body. To do so, he picks up a record book to read more information about Oscar Crushen. He finds it crucial to know everything about the young man, to save his body and the tower. The book reveals that Oscar Crushen was the heir to Count Crushen. He was also the sole survivor of a disastrous fire that struck his mansion. The magical world recognized his genius early on, and everyone fought to recruit him. In his 6 years at the academy, he only got top marks in every subject. With his extraordinary thesis, he proved to be an undisputed genius in the field of magic. But our protagonist still wonders why a genius like him is still level 1. The answer is that he suffered from mana deficiency syndrome, a rare condition. This syndrome prevented him from using magic, despite all his theoretical knowledge. He understands magic better than anyone, but can't use it practically. With the magic scan finally complete, he prepares to analyze the results. Upon confirming the scan's results, he holds a magic screen and is very surprised. He discovers that the young man doesn't have the syndrome because his mana circuit was sealed. Mana deficiency syndrome is a condition that prevents magic from circulating in the body. Those who suffer from it can't get past level 3, but Oscar's situation was different. His physical circuit wasn't defective, it was intentionally tied by someone. Our hero thinks that if the boy was a genius, he would have realized it wasn't a disease. So he decides to look for a diary to better understand the former owner's situation. He remembers information stating that Oscar Crushen was an alcoholic. The mage then starts to wonder if this personality wasn't created on purpose. He theorizes that the young man knew his circuit was blocked and pretended to be a playboy. If that's true, he understands why the young man gave in to the temptation of the illegal elixir. In a situation where he couldn't trust anyone, he had to free himself. In contrast, our hero just needs to untie the knot and believes he can do it. At that, he stops in front of a table and looks at a book with great curiosity. The book is called The Reinterpretation of Basic Magic, and it catches his eye. Upon opening it, he finds various notes and complex diagrams about spells. His eyes widen in complete surprise at what he's reading on those pages. The notes detail how to improve basic spells like the Wind Cutter and Wind Shield. The concept of the advanced Wind Shield is very similar to how he himself uses it. Furthermore, the book describes how to use magic and even spells the young man himself created. Even without being able to use magic, Oscar performed all the experiments just in his head. With this, he finally understands why the boy was called a genius and identifies with him. He realizes that Oscar didn't give up on magic and worked harder than anyone else. A note at the end of the book reveals Oscar's desire to help the White Tower. Our protagonist is shocked to realize that the young man knew everything from the beginning, but despite all his genius, he had to face it all completely alone. Moved, he closes the book and thinks about the name and legacy of Oscar Crushen. He reflects on the young mage, who walked a lonely path without ever giving up. He then sits on the sofa to process all the new information he's discovered. He then vows that he will untie the knot that the former tower master couldn't. Furthermore, the mage promises he will do something extra for the young man who suffered so much. He swears he will make everyone who broke Oscar's wings pay for what they did. The scene then changes to a greenhouse full of plants with a large fountain in the center. Our hero appears, walking through the place, and wonders why he's suddenly there. He remembers falling asleep, and at that moment, a voice calls him Master. His eyes open slowly as he seems to wake from a deep dream. He realizes he's in a memory from his past life with his former disciples. The mage then remembers that this is all because of a demon's dream curse. Because of it, every time he sleeps, he is forced to relive moments from his past. He hoped the curse would disappear with the new body, but it's tied to his soul. He then considers himself lucky, as the dreams about his students aren't bad. One of the students replies that they would learn about the magic system and its 4 types. Lloyd, a 9-year-old boy, asks if the White Tower seeks the harmonization type. Little Shasha asks if each magic tower has a preference for a type of magic. He explains that the Golden Tower prefers acceleration and the Red Tower enhancement. Gilot, a 7-year-old boy, says he wants acceleration magic because he hates being slow. The girl asks how they know their type, and the master prepares a simple spell. Since it's her first time seeing the spell, the girl asks for a moment to concentrate. With that, a small glimmer of magic begins to emerge from the tip of the little one's finger. The master says she is the harmony type, just like him, and the girl is happy with the news. With a huge smile on her face, she says she really liked hearing that. The other 2 boys also want to try, and the master reveals that Gilly is acceleration. The blonde boy celebrates excitedly, and then the master calls for Lloyd. Lloyd's spell creates a flower, and the master reveals that he is of a special type. He asks if he can change his type, but the mage explains that it's rare and unchangeable. The boy wanted to be the balanced type like his master, and the mage thinks about what to do. He then says he would give Lloyd more private lessons, but now he needs to do some research. The boy is surprised and blushes at the idea of having more private lessons with the master. The mage explains that special types need a good teacher, and Lloyd makes a promise. He makes the master promise to give him more lessons, and our hero remembers the boy. He remembers that his former disciple's nickname was the Promised Man. Despite trying hard to be mature, he was still just a child back then. Suddenly, the dream is interrupted by a loud, buzzing sound that echoes through the environment. The young mage wakes up on a sofa to an announcement from the broadcast room. The announcement asks Oscar Crushen to go to Lab 4202. On his way there, he thinks that he has unlocked 12 of 20 physical circuits. With this, he is now a level 2 mage, and upon arriving at the room, he hears a voice. Upon entering, a man greets him and asks about his memories that are coming back. The young mage confirms that he is remembering, and the man says he's happy to hear that. He then recognizes the man as Maxim Bisk, an elder who was once his junior. He remembers Maxim as an honest and diligent young man with a bright future. The young man remembers how Maxim used to follow him and call him master, which he found cute. Now the man is 45 years old, and the mage laughs, making Maxim question him. Maxim then informs him that he received a report about the head of the Gordon family. He asks if the mage has anything to say, and the young man says there must be a good reason. He then reveals it was because they tried to end his life, surprising Maxim. The young man places a book and a bat on the table and says the elixir was poisoned. He confirms he went to talk to them but was attacked, and Maxim analyzes the evidence. Seeing the bag of money, the elder concludes that the young man's story seems legitimate. The young man explains that the book has the details, and Maxim decides to close the case as self-defense. The mage thanks him and takes the opportunity to ask for a personal favor, making the elder curious. He reveals that he would like to meet with the master of the magic tower, and Maxim is surprised. The elder replies that it's not difficult, since the young man always discusses magic with her. The young man wonders about this discussion, but Maxim says he will only see her in 6 months. Surprised, he asks for the reason and notes that it's after the White Night Festival. Maxim then explains that she is on a business trip for an important commission. It turns out the tower master is away because of the High Mage's absence, which is shameful. Our hero then asks what the master's level is, and the man replies that she is level 7. The mage thinks that at her age, he was level 9, and with her talent, she should be level 8. Maxim changes the subject and asks if the young man has been practicing attack magic lately. The young man replies that he trains whenever the mood strikes, and with that, the elder dismisses him. The young man then leaves the room, and Maxim watches him as he goes out the door. An old man named Hamel appears and says he came to stop Maxim from being hard on the boy. Maxim says he worries about the young man, and that's why he needs to reprimand him from time to time. Hamel then says that the boy's basic magic was too perfect and that he must be studying. The elder agrees and thinks that maybe Oscar is trying harder than he imagined. Then, Hamel invites him to the elder's meeting, and Maxim decides to go with him. The scene shifts to our hero, who is on the 10th floor after dreaming of his students. He notices that the place is emptier than before, and at that moment, a gardener appears. The man greets him as young Master Oscar, but the young man can't recognize him. The man introduces himself as Wilter and says the rumors about his memory loss are true. Our hero is shocked by how quickly the rumors have spread, and the gardener laughs at his reaction. The young man asks about the young master, and Wilter says he also worked for the former master. With this revelation, our hero is quite surprised and speechless for a moment. He smiles and says it's a good way to differentiate them, and invites him to chat more often. But the gardener refuses, because he will soon be leaving the tower, leaving the young man very confused. The man says he has served 3 masters, and is the only one left in his department now. He says he stayed because of a speech from the former master about everyone being important. Our hero feels a little embarrassed, and Wilter says he has worked with pride ever since. The mage thanks him, but the man says that's precisely why he's resigning. The young man is shocked by the news and can't understand the reason for that decision. The gardener explains that the White Tower is not doing well, and its finances are very poor. He mentions that he will complete 40 years of service, and the young man asks if it's for the prize. Tower members receive a cash prize for length of service after 20 and 40 years. Wilter says the tower can't afford it, and many would have to risk their lives for it. That's why he can't accept the payment, as he considers this place his second home. The mage is shocked to realize that the tower's situation is worse than he imagined. He then remembers thinking that the Blue Tower was doing crazy things for money, but he realizes that, because they earn so much, they are considered the best in history. Angrily, he clenches his fist and thinks that meanwhile, he only accumulated titles and nothing more. He thinks that his titles don't pay the bills, and the gardener calls him by name. Wilter notices the young man's injured hand and asks why he has his fists clenched. Our hero then asks when the man is leaving, and he replies in 2 weeks. With a cloth, the gardener cleans the wound and tells the young man to go to the infirmary. The young man then asks the man to continue being his conversation partner in the future. Wilter is surprised, but the mage interrupts him and says he doesn't have to leave anymore. With a determined look, he states that there is a way to make money, and he will figure it out. Back in his room, he thinks about how he will fulfill the promise he made to the gardener. He considers his options, but knows that research and commissions take too long to turn a profit. He needs a profitable business, and comes to the conclusion that potions are the only way. With that, an idea comes to his mind, and his eyes widen with the new possibility. Reading an old newspaper, he seems to find the perfect solution to all his problems. The scene changes to a woman complaining about a misallocation of money in the magic tower. She is fighting Lena, and her colleague says the culprit is sorry, but she doesn't accept it. The woman says theft is an addiction, and the man replies that she doesn't need to worry. He then adds that there isn't much to take from the tower, which irritates her. She gets furious and suggests isolating the culprit, but Maxim finds the punishment too severe. Vice Master Hamel agrees that isolated training would be too harsh for the boy. He explains that it would be nothing more than torture for the child, but Fidelina hesitates. Hamel then suggests the boy pay 3 times the amount taken and closes the matter. Fidelina sighs and says that with little money, they need to make a decision soon. She suggests selling potion equipment to survive for another 3 months. The Vice Master opposes the idea, and the woman questions his decision not to sell. He reminds her that the Magic Tower is a place of study and knowledge exchange among mages. Furthermore, he says you can't sell the future to feed the present. Fidelina questions with a dark tone if they really still have a future. She says they have already waited for 20 years, and Maxim reprimands her for her pessimistic tone. The Vice Master seems to agree, and says that even if a genius appeared to save them, no one would want to join a magic tower that is on the verge of bankruptcy. Defeated, he falls silent and seems to have completely lost hope. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, and Fidelina asks who dares to interrupt the meeting. The young mage then appears at the door and introduces himself as Oscar Crushen to the elders. He enters the room and says he would like to make a suggestion to solve the problems. With a smile on his face, he asks for permission to start a business, and everyone is shocked. Fidelina calls him funny and reminds him that he misappropriated money just a few days ago. The young man explains that he read about a flu outbreak that isolated the state of Vince. Hummel says he also saw the news, and that people suspect the deadly Cadena flu. This flu has no cure, and the White Tower's vaccine recipe was lost 20 years ago. Our hero then says that not even the Blue Tower could replicate it, and that's where he wants to start. He reveals his plan to sell flu vaccines and revive the tower's monopoly. Fidelina completely ignores him and says it's not even worth listening to him speak. She reminds him that several companies invested a lot of money, but failed to create the vaccine. With a furious look, she questions how a 20-year-old boy could achieve what no one else has. The young man agrees with her and admits that everyone failed, but says there's a catch. With a confident and smug smile, he declares himself a genius to everyone in the room. The woman becomes even more irritated and shocked by the young man's audacity and response. She then starts shouting and accuses him of taking 723,000 sinos from the tower. She continues her lecture, saying he has no idea how money works, but is interrupted. The Vice Master defends him and says she is being rude to an investment proposal. A little ashamed, the woman lowers her head and apologizes for her attitude. The mage understands that her hatred is because he has been useless for the past 2 years. He then asks them to consider his proposal because he is now a different person. Hamel asks the reason for his certainty, and the young man asks them to look at page 2 of the newspaper. The article says an archbishop changed his plans and will stay in Siren for a month for prayers. The El Terra order has 7 archbishops, and becoming a cardinal requires a lot of money. They can stay on an estate for a month if they are receiving donations from nobles. But Siren was once a large city and is now getting smaller and less important. Maxim agrees but says he thought the reason for the visit was the so-called blessing prayers. The young man says that's the strangest part, as it makes no sense to pray for barren land. He explains that the pilgrimage route has already been chosen and shows the path on the globe. The young man spins the globe and points to the next destination on the route, which would be Vince. The archbishop will stay for 1 month in each city before finally reaching his destination. From this, he concludes that the archbishop is trying to delay his visit to Vince as much as possible. If an accident happens during the pilgrimage, it's a sign that the earth goddess is angry. Maxim understands that the Archbishop knows about the flu and is buying time, and the young man agrees. Lena praises his analysis, but reminds him that it's all still just a theory. Hamill says he understands what he's saying, and the young man is filled with hope, but to his surprise, the Vice Master says they can't sponsor him officially. He explains that if they do, they won't be able to fund the other mages in the tower. However, he offers his personal money as an investment for the young man's business. Lena is shocked by the Vice Master's action, but he says it's all right. He then hands over 30,000 sinos and asks if the amount is enough to start. The young man is in shock and thinks that amount is nowhere near enough. The scene changes to the potion lab, where he laments the lack of money. He then decides to go with Plan B and notices that the equipment in the place is in good condition. His plan is to create a sample of the vaccine and get the money directly from the Archbishop. He then puts on his glasses and says, "It's better to get money from those who are desperate." With a smile on his face, he gets ready to start while his assistant understands nothing. With his eyes focused on the work, he begins to prepare the mixture of ingredients. The red liquid starts to flow through the tube, slowly filling the flask. With everything ready, the mage begins the mixing process and carefully prepares the potion. He then lifts his glasses with a smile and says the result isn't bad at all. With the potion in hand, he says he made an energy drink for practice and worried for nothing. Meanwhile, the assistant appears carrying several heavy bags and cries out in pain. Exhausted, he asks for something to drink, and the mage offers the potion, but the price scares him. The young man then hands over the energy drink in exchange for the receipt, and his assistant thanks him happily. He drinks it all and says it's good and warm, and our hero confirms he just made it. Analyzing the herbs, the mage praises their quality, and Frank says he chose the best ones. The young man jokes that he should be a merchant, and the youth says he thought about it if the tower goes bankrupt. Angered by the joke, our hero gives his assistant a small scolding with a cushion. The boy asks why, and the mage apologizes, saying he didn't like his joke. With a hand on his head, he asks what to do and reveals that Lena sent him to help. The mage thinks of Lena and is surprised by the help, then decides to start work. He then grabs 2 huge bags and thinks that he didn't actually need an assistant. It's revealed that the White Tower has talented children but with personality problems. One of these youths is Frank, and our hero is curious to confirm the rumors about him. In the lab, the assistant asks if all the ingredients aren't poisonous. They then analyze the plants, which are black lilies, camellias, and ghost mushrooms. The young man says that toxic herbs can be remedies, and Frank explains the boiling process. The mage then says the problem with this method is that nutrients are also lost. He then mentions a dish from the Yan dynasty that the assistant knows well. With a steamer, he explains that this way they can retain most of the nutrients. Frank is shocked to learn they will extract 98% of the herb's effects. The assistant asks if the process is over, but the mage says this only softened everything. With everything prepared, he says the real detoxification process begins now. He then casts a spell called Air Drain to start the next stage of the process. With purple vapor coming out, he says they now just need to extract the toxins from the smoke. With his hands, he manipulates the colored smoke and creates a small whirlwind of magic. The vapor condenses into a small yellow sphere that floats in the middle of the lab. He says the rest has no toxins and needs to be mixed in the right proportion. In an instant, he finishes the process and holds the remedy for the Cadena flu in his hands. The mage asks if it was easy and tells the assistant to try, but he is speechless. The boy thinks he can't use simultaneous spells and decides to start with the air drain. Our hero observes and notes that his mana control is unstable but better than expected, but the magic quickly dissipates, and the young assistant is confused by the result. He then asks if the mage is joking, because he still can't do that. The young man says he needs to be level 4, but the mage offers to teach him the technique. Surprised, the youth listens as the master explains that it's easy if he creates partitions in his mind. He explains that on one side of the partition, he uses one spell, and on the other side, another. The mage encourages him to try, and the boy looks at the magic, thinking about what to do. The sphere of magical energy glows brightly as it spins endlessly in the air. With a surprised look, the mage congratulates the young man on learning dual casting. Frank wonders why they hid the technique, and the master says it's out of greed. He explains that they didn't want to teach for free what they took a long time to learn. But on a battlefield, this tradition is an obstacle to survival. Our hero thinks that the tower needs teachings and knowledge exchange. He then praises the assistant's talent and says he didn't expect him to succeed. The young man says it was because the explanation was good, and the mage laughs, remembering before. With that, the youth gets back to work and says there are still many ingredients. The master says he has a larger steamer to extract everything at once. A few hours later, Frank faints, and the mage counts 514 bottles. At that moment, Maxim rushes in and says they have a big problem. It turns out the Blue Tower has confirmed a meeting with the Archbishop in Siren. The young man realizes they are a bit late and that the tower had a plan. Maxim despairs because if they close the contract, their remedy will be useless. He tries to cheer the young man up, but our hero interrupts him and says it's not over yet. He remembers that the Cadena flu is classified as a level B disaster. With that, he says there's one thing they can try, and Maxim is surprised. The scene then changes to the city of Siren, in a luxurious inn of the region. A man announces the arrival of the guests to the waiting Archbishop. Archbishop Baldwin says to let them in, and waits patiently in his chair. Two men from the Blue Tower enter the room and introduce themselves to the Archbishop. Baldwin invites them to sit, and the Blue Tower mage thanks him for his hospitality. He then asks how the production of the Cadena flu remedy is going. With a confident smile, the man says that production is going very well. The Archbishop praises him and asks when it will be ready, and the mage talks about the tests. With the results, they will get permission from the Empire to sell the cure. He explains that the tests don't finish in 1 or 2 days, leaving the man tense. He then promises they will finish in half a year, and the Archbishop shouts in anger. Baldwin says he needs to go to Vince in 4 months, but the mage doesn't care. Someone announces another mage, and the irritated Archbishop tells them to let him in. He complains to the mage from the other tower for not warning him of the surprise visit. The man from the Blue Tower denies the accusation, and the Archbishop wonders who is at the door. Our hero then enters the room and thinks about the correct greeting for the occasion. He introduces himself as Oscar, a level 2 mage from the White Tower, to everyone. With a smile, he says he's there to make a good offer to the Archbishop. The Archbishop insists they should have been warned, and the man says there is no one with them. Baldwin then asks irritably who the heck the visitor is as the door opens. He then asks what a mage from the White Tower is doing there at that moment. The young man bows and says he is there to sell the cure for the Cadena flu. The men from the Blue Tower and the Archbishop are in shock at the mage's unexpected arrival. The Archbishop finds the situation perfect, and our hero asks if he arrived too late. Baldwin says the other tower isn't ready, and the young man says his is ready to negotiate. The man from the Blue Tower then shouts that it's a lie because the White Tower has no money. The Archbishop then asks for his last name, and if the young man really has the cure. He then places a box on the table and says no one would dare lie to an Archbishop. Opening the box, he reveals a vial with the sample, leaving the other mage surprised. Baldwin is interested and asks about production, and the other man shouts his name in anger. The Archbishop shouts back that they came unprepared, and the mage mentions the Empire's permission. With that, the Blue Tower mage remembers the Empire's approval and has an idea. He asks if our hero has approval from the Empire's agency, and the young man answers no. The rival smiles and says they are in the same boat, and that his tower can produce with the license. He also says that his tower's history and connections guarantee better treatment. Our hero finds it funny that he's talking about history in front of a White Tower mage. The Blue Tower mage becomes furious with a dark aura and tells the young man to take back what he said. The young man asks which tower came first, and the rival says it's only a 5-year difference. But this 5-year difference is something the Blue Tower masters have always wanted to overcome. The young man says this difference will never be overcome, not even in 10,000 years of history. The rival is speechless, and the mage reminds him of the White Tower's monopoly 20 years ago. The man ignores him and says that's in the past, and no one remembers that time anymore. Suddenly, the man's expression changes, and he seems to feel something strange coming from the youth. With a dark and powerful aura, our hero menacingly repeats the rival's phrase. The mages from the other tower wonder what that feeling was, as it wasn't from a level 2. The young man then says he'll have to remind them, and the Blue Tower mage is left speechless. At that moment, an attendant enters with a phone and says there's an urgent call for the Archbishop. The man then reveals that the call is from the Lord of Vince, surprising everyone in the room. On the phone, the Lord of Vince thanks the Archbishop for his immense kindness. Baldwin is confused, but the Lord explains it's for sending the cure for the Cadena flu. He says an elder from the White Tower told him the plan, and that the patients were cured in hours. The Lord calls it a blessing from the goddess, and our hero just watches with a smile. The Archbishop asks about side effects, but the Lord says there are none, and requests the second batch. He says Hamel told him the decision on the second batch was entirely up to the Archbishop. Smiling, the Archbishop says the second batch will arrive soon, and the Lord thanks him profusely. After hanging up, he asks if it was Oscar's doing, and the young man confirms the delivery was successful. The rival shouts that this is against the law, and that the young man must be punished, but he denies the accusation. The mage says the other doesn't understand laws and asks if he knows the laws of war. Our hero thinks that the last 20 years have been peaceful and remembers 22 years ago, in a flashback to the war against the demons. It's said that the deadliest weapon was a pandemic. The approval of remedies took a long time, and many people were lost before they could get them. That's why the Emperor created a clause that war treatments would be considered special. These treatments are not affected by the Empire's agency laws, and the rival questions him. The young man explains that there are 3 cases considered war, such as against another nation or revolutions. Finally, he reveals that a Class B disaster also counts, leaving the rival in shock. The Cadena flu is a Class B natural disaster, so it doesn't need to follow the agency's laws. The other man from the tower despairs and says they can, and also send the treatment to Vince. But the Archbishop says they don't understand the situation, as the race has long been over. He further explains that the Lord of Vince already believes in the partnership and can't change history. The rival then offers a lower price, but the Archbishop shouts at him in anger. With a fist on the table, he asks if the mage is trying to buy his image with money. Irritated, Baldwin tells the two to leave, as he doesn't want to hear what they have to say anymore. Defeated, the 2 Blue Tower mages get up to leave the meeting room. On the way out, the rival threatens the young man, but he just thinks that villains' speeches are always the same. With a smile, he reveals that he has already registered the patent for the treatment and vaccine at the palace. The rival is shocked, and the young man says if they want to sell it, they'll have to pay fees to the tower. With clenched teeth, the Blue Tower mage is completely furious with the news. He then storms out of the room, slamming the door, and our hero just watches him go, defeated. The other man says goodbye and says he'll see the Archbishop later, and he just agrees. As he leaves, the man stares at our hero for a moment before finally leaving. However, he notices that the young mage has a slightly familiar and strange scent. He continues to stare at the young man for a while, longer, and tries to remember where he smelled it. An image of a wounded man comes to his mind, but the memory seems a bit hazy. He then remembers it was a refreshing and clear scent of mint, but doesn't understand why. Our hero is confused by the man's stare, and he just thinks that's all for now. Alone in the room with the Archbishop, the young man remains silent and waits for the next steps. Baldwin invites him to sit and says that they can finally talk about the deal. The Archbishop then asks for the price and says the other tower offered 2 million sinos. with a confident smile on his face. The young man seems to already have a value in mind. He then says that if they wanted 2 million, the White Tower will want 5 million. The Archbishop is shocked by the proposal, but after a moment, just starts to laugh. A few hours later at the White Tower, someone shouts in surprise at the meeting's outcome. A woman holds a check for 10 million sinos and can't believe the amount. With a victorious smile, our hero confirms the amount, and everyone is very happy. Lina and Maxim hug him and congratulate him on the achievement and for saving the tower. Hummel takes the check and says that not even the Archbishop would give that much money. The young man explains that the total amount was actually due to some additional fees. He then reveals that most of the money came from a promotion fee he charged. According to the official statement, Baldwin predicted the cadenna flew after receiving a revelation. For someone who wants to become a cardinal, having a revelation from the goddess is great publicity. The Archbishop liked it so much that he signed the 10 million contract and asked for more vaccines. Hamill says it's impressive, as the punishment was to return 3 times the amount, but he brought back 400. He withdraws the punishment and asks if anyone objects, but Lina says she agrees with the decision. Hamill says 1 week is too short and asks Oscar to gather mages of level 4 or higher. He leaves the selection up to the young man and asks the woman to post a notice throughout the tower. The announcement says they are looking for level 4 mages for the potion laboratory. 2 mages get excited to hear they will receive pork as part of their payment. The place gets crowded, and one of the mages is impressed by the number of people who showed up. The young man clasps his hands and asks for the attention of all the mages present. Several mages look at him with disdain and don't seem to like his presence there. With a snap of his fingers, he uses a spell to get everyone's attention in the room. The spell traps the sound and forces everyone to look at him while covering their ears. He asks for everyone's focus and says they need to produce the flu vaccine and needs their help. The mages whisper in wonder why the genius is bowing and if this is a trick. The young man is confused by the reaction and doesn't understand the reason for so much hatred against him. He asks praying, and the boy says it's for everything he did before the potion's restoration. Prang reminds him that he was arrogant and spent the tower's budget without doing any research. A blonde woman greets him and asks how he made the potions if the formulas were lost. He says he restored them, and another mage asks if the cure works and if he knows how much he took. The young man confirms the contract and the potion's value, and the mage says leaking the recipe would be chaos. The other mages seem to agree and wonder why he would share something so valuable. Sincerely, the young man says he doesn't understand why they are still in the magic White Tower. The woman questions his attitude and says they wasted their time coming there. She continues, saying none of them deserve to hear that kind of thing from him. But the young man says he knows everything and about the sacrifices they made for the magic tower. The mage is surprised by the answer, and the young man starts reading a paper in his hands. He then addresses Rena White and reveals that she refused 7 offers from other towers. Next, he talks about Herrick Dryan, who refused a position as a royal battle mage. He mentions Deckard Line, who refused to be an instructor at the Imperial Academy 4 times. And finally, he cites Sepia Rose, who refused the Yellow Tower's proposal for her skills. The mage says everyone there received similar offers, and that he doesn't know if he would refuse. Rena is shocked and asks if the elders knew about all the offers they received. He confirms but says they couldn't say anything so as not to place a burden on them. The young man continues, saying the tower is going through the harshest winter in its history. Even with other, warmer options, they chose to stay and face the cold together. He then says if he can't trust people like that, who could he trust? With crocodile tears, he says if no one helps, it will just be 2 mages alone. Prang gets annoyed and asks if he's referring to him, and the young man starts preparing the boxes. With his face covered by safety goggles, he looks at the mage and waits for an answer. With a sigh, Rena approaches and seems to have made a decision about the proposal. The other mages get excited and ask where they should start working on the project. Prang is shocked to see Oscar talking to people and wonders if he's dreaming, but he warns that the meat is not pork, and the mages worry if it's chicken or even rat. Upon revealing it's beef, everyone celebrates, and vaccine production exceeds 140%. A week later, the young mage walks through the garden and notices several flower petals on the ground. With the petals forming a design, he wonders if old Walter is responsible for it. He thinks the vice master brought him back and decides he needs to greet him later. Sitting in the garden, our hero starts reading the newspaper to catch up on the latest news. The headline says the Vince territory has declared the end of the Cadena flu pandemic. The newspaper also mentions the tower's revival and its nomination for the Peace Prize. While thinking that everything is going well, Prang appears, running and shouting his name. With a huge smile, he shows a clipboard and says vaccine orders are pouring in. The assistant says, even the Imperial Palace placed in order, and he worries about the enthusiasm. The mage is surprised that the boy knows the profit won't last, and the youth calls him a fool. He then says they don't need to worry because he has prepared healing potions that always sell. The assistant wonders if it's the legendary Star's Tear, but the mage says not yet. The Star's Tear is the tower's most famous healing potion and is said to bring back the departed. Our hero thinks he needs to strengthen the tower first, or else the formula would be stolen. With that, he slaps Prang and tells him to get the ingredients for the new potion. The youth complains they are hard to find, but the mage says they are specialties of Siren. The assistant says the herb fields disappeared a long time ago, and the mage is in shock. In a distant place, our hero gets angry with Prang for not believing him. They then get out of a carriage, and the driver says they can't go any further. The young man says they walked 16 kilometers, and the youth is confused by the unit of measurement. He explains that after the war, everything changed, and the system is now metric. The mage is shocked to learn that even the pound system is gone and mourns its loss. With a prayer, he bids farewell to the old measures, and Prang spots a cabin ahead. They then approach the house, and the young man asks if anyone is living inside. An old man with a glowing red eye opens the door and asks if they walked there. The young man confirms, and Prang is startled to see several luxury cars arriving. The cars arrive at high speed and stop right in front of the small wooden cabin. Brutally, one of the cars runs over the flowers that decorated the entrance. A man in a white suit and dark glasses asks if the old man wants to sell his land. The cabin owner just stares at the man with a look of contempt and says nothing. The man says it's time to give up, and that even with an offer 10 times higher, he refuses. Duvor Powell threatens him and asks if anyone will care if he turns up lifeless. Ivan, the herb gatherer, says that's none of his business and tells him to leave his house. The businessman says it's for his own good and that the land will devalue with the new factory. But Ivan laughs at the threat and says no factory will be approved as long as he's alive. The man is silent for a moment and seems to be thinking of a new strategy. With a smile on his face, he sends his men away, and they all get back in the cars. Prang says something to the mage, and he starts walking towards the old herb gatherer. The man in the suit says he stepped on the herbs and offers money for the damages. Disdainfully, he throws a wad of cash on the ground for the herb gatherer. With that, the luxury cars drive away, and the businessman bids farewell to everyone. In the car, one of the henchmen notices the robes and comments on the vaccine money. The businessman doesn't care, but his man hands him a newspaper about the tower's profit. Reading the news about the tower's success, the businessman falls silent. Angrily, he hits the henchman and asks why he didn't tell him sooner. He fears the old man will join the tower and refuse to sell for more years. With this in mind, the businessman calls one of his henchmen for a talk. He then tells the man to hire mercenaries for an obvious job. The plan is to get rid of the old man and fake a disappearance so the land goes to auction. One of the men worries about the mages, and Deaver orders them to be eliminated as well. The henchman is still worried about the 4 great towers and Ivan himself. The businessman says the towers are history, and the White Tower has already fallen. At night, Prang says, Ivan is a good person for letting them spend the night. The mage smiles at the starry sky and seems to agree with his assistant. Ivan invited them to stay because the descent would be dangerous at night. Prang then asks who the man from before was, and the old man explains the situation. He says Devor has been buying land for 3 years, and many gatherers have disappeared. The mage asks how he managed to resist, and Ivan says he can't touch him. Proudly, he reveals himself as a recognized master of herb cultivation. Prang is shocked to learn he is protected by the imperial family, and the young man asks a question. The mage is confused by the answer, and the old man seems a bit embarrassed. With a serene smile, Ivan says he loves this land and that it is his home. Lying on the grass, the two mages talk and think Ivan is a good person. The old man ran inside in embarrassment, and Prang found the scene a bit cute. The young man says the stars are bright and that he feels a little envious. He wonders what it would be like to have a brilliant life and says a genius wouldn't understand. The mage then says Prang is also incredible, and the youth thanks him without believing it. Seriously, he says he's not the type to say things that aren't true. He thinks he doesn't understand why the former Oscar called him a problem child. The young mage looks at the sky and says that you used to be able to see the stars in Seren. Now, with the city lights, the night is bright, and the stars have disappeared. Prang wonders if Seren's herb industry can really come back one day. The young man says it's not impossible, but that he needs to talk to Ivan to be sure. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he seems to feel something strange in the air. He gets up, startled, and Prang asks if he saw a ghost, but he denies it. The mage says he felt the presence of 4 people, and the assistant is confused. He then tells Prang to get up, because they have visitors to receive. With his eyes glowing in the darkness, he prepares for what's to come. In the shadows, one of the men is surprised by the boss's change of plans. Another says he doesn't care and just follows the orders of whoever pays him. A third man with red hair tells everyone to be silent and alert. Jack's gang approaches and reassures themselves upon learning it's the White Tower. One of them asks if he can enter, and the leader, with a serious look, watches him. The man tries to break down the door, but the leader stops him and tells him to be quiet. The intruder finds the task easy and boring and enters Ivan's room with a dagger. He is disappointed not to find any mages to fight there. Suddenly, he feels a strange presence, and his eyes widen in fear. Scared, he tries to flee, but it's too late to escape the ambush. The mage creates a sphere of energy and praises the intruder's speed in noticing. With a spell called Wind Bullet, he hits the man right in the head. The intruder's body falls to the floor, and the mage is surprised by the attack's strength. The Wind Bullet is a spell by the young Oscar that reimagines a weapon with magic. Our hero says it was more effective than he expected, and that now there are 3 left. As he leaves the house, he feels something strange, and his eyes fix on a point. The leader says there are 2 left, and one of them asks about Max's fate. The mage says he's sleeping, and that it might take a while for him to wake up. With a wicked smile, he suggests that the man's sleep might be forever. The leader calls the young man pathetic and offers a deal for Max's life. He praises the mage's posture and says if he wants a fight so badly, the leader orders his partner to attack, and the old man advances with a dark aura. The mage creates an energy shield and manages to defend against the surprise attack. The old man's blade hits the shield, and the impact creates a small explosion. The young man dodges the attack, and the old man grabs him tightly by the left shoulder. With a smile on his face, the man prepares for the next attack against the mage. The young man says the attack wasn't bad at all and prepares for a counter-attack. He dodges the blow, and the man is surprised by the young man's agility. The old man says his weapon is exotic, but that it won't work against him in the end. He then declares the fight over, but the mage seems to have a plan in mind. With a swift movement, he launches 2 small spheres of energy into the air. The mage clenches his fist, and the spheres seem to change shape and intensify. The spheres transform into blades and fly towards the old mercenary. The man is shocked by the precision of the attack, even in an ambush. The blades spin in the air and create a whirlwind of blue magical energy. The mage smiles and says the old man's exotic weapon is not such a big deal. The mercenary is surprised and can't understand how he did that trick. The young man then backs away, and the old man wonders if he's retreating after winning. He points a weapon at the mage and wonders if he's mocking him. With the weapon, he fires a beam of energy towards the mage, who has his back turned. The beam hits an energy shield, and the mage manages to protect himself from the attack. But the attack grazes him, and he feels a small cut on his face. The leader shoots his own man and says it's a shame he failed. With a smile on his face, he prepares to face the mage alone. Ivan questions him, and he says the man was just a replaceable subordinate. The mage thinks about the bandit's logic and asks about the weapon he's using. The man says the weapon is special and too expensive to be a toy. The young man then realizes the weapon has 3 spells embedded in it. The leader is surprised and asks how the mage managed to discover his secret. With a smile, he says it was because he couldn't block its attack. The man calls him arrogant, but admits he has the skill for it. He then invites him to work with him, but the mage refuses the offer. The young man says the leader would betray him, and the man agrees with a smile. With that, he shoots at the mage, and the conversation between them finally ends. The young man manages to dodge and hides behind a wooden fence. He thinks the shot is fast, and that he needs an opening to win. The only chance is the weapon's cooldown time after 2 consecutive shots. He prepares himself and says he needs to act within the 1.24 seconds of cooldown. With an acceleration spell, he lunges towards the shooter. The man sees him and prepares to shoot in his direction with the weapon. He is impressed by the speed, but says the mage won't escape. With his aim locked, he wonders if a human can beat his weapon. He then fires and a golden beam of energy flies towards the mage. With a smile, he believes the fight has finally come to an end. But the mage uses a blade spell and cuts the projectile in mid-air. The leader is shocked and can't believe what just happened. He wonders how the mage defended himself with just acceleration magic. With a look of astonishment, he realizes the mage used a wind shield. The young man appears in front of the shooter and stops the bullet with his fingertips. The leader is speechless and wonders how a low-ranking mage did that. The young man asks if he figured out the weapon's secret just by hearing the sound. With a sigh of relief, the mage prepares for the next step of the fight. He approaches the leader's body and says his weapon gave him trouble. He analyzes the weapon and says the spells form a true trinity. He praises the weapon and says even he had difficulty dealing with it. With a flexible and resistant wind shield, he managed to deflect the bullet. He thinks he needs to research counter spells for modern weapons at the tower. With the weapon in hand, he runs to rescue Prang and Ivan safely. He remembers there were 4 enemies, and that he has already defeated 3 of them. But upon arriving, he finds Prang being held by one of the mercenaries. Prang tells Ivan to run, and the old man worries about the young man's safety. The young man says he can't fight with him nearby, and promises to catch up soon. With a sigh, Ivan agrees and tells the boy to be very careful. The mercenary mocks their farewell and wonders why Prang isn't running. He accuses him of using the old man as bait to save his own skin in the forest. But Prang says Ivan was the target, and that he always wanted to know what makes him special. With his sword in hand, the man prepares to attack and advances towards him. He leaps into the air and says he will start the fight by finishing him off first. The young man casts a wind cutter spell, but the man dodges it with ease. The mercenary says it was too easy and that he expected a bigger challenge from the mage. With a quick movement, he appears behind Prang and attacks him with his dagger. He laughs and wonders how a mage from the great tower can be so weak. But as he attacks, he realizes the sound of the dagger wasn't what he expected. The man feels that something is wrong and realizes his attack didn't work. The young man's body dissolves into a gust of wind, and the mercenary is shocked. With a surprise attack, Prang hits him from behind, and the mercenary falls to the ground. He apologizes and reveals that he has a slightly special and different constitution. The mercenary falls defeated, and the young man approaches to finish the fight for good. As he turns, he almost steps on the body, and our hero appears from behind a tree. The mage thinks that Prang is a special type mage, and that there's more to him. He has the spirit of the wind, and can transform parts of his body into pure wind. The mage thinks that physical attacks don't work, and that the ability is rare. He remembers that the magic belonged to the 7th master, and didn't expect Prang to have it. The young man is startled by the appearance, and the mage congratulates him on a good fight. The young man asks where Ivan is, and Prang is a bit embarrassed by the compliment. He then remembers the old man and starts shouting his name through the dark forest. The mage feels something and calls Prang to investigate a suspicious direction. Back at the cabin, Ivan thanks the young men for the help they offered. He says without them, he wouldn't have seen the sunrise, and Prang says he did nothing. The mage corrects him and says that without him, things would have been much worse. With a HUD, Ivan thanks him again, and the young man is a little embarrassed. Prang asks if it's all over, but the mage says the businessman doesn't give up easily. Ivan explains that the herb field is the most fertile and central land in Seren. The soil's fertility has decreased over the last 8 years due to pollution. If a factory is built there, the land will lose its value and resistance. The soil may never recover, and Seren will lose its ability to cultivate. The mage then says he has a question for the old herb gatherer. He mentions loyalty and asks about the promise of the 4th Tower Master. In the past, gatherers were accused of witchcraft and hunted by people. That's why they lived as nomads and hid from the curious eyes of the cities. Ivan says a kind man appeared to them in the midst of all the persecution. This was Leonard Ayers, the 4th Master of the White Tower, who invited them to Seren. He promised that there they would have a home and would never be looked down upon by anyone again. The mage says he read about it in an old book passed down among the Tower Masters. Thus, herb gatherers from all over the continent moved to Seren and found a home. The White Tower gave their ancestors a home and pride, which is why they are loyal. The young mage listens to everything in silence and seems to understand the depth of the promise. With respect, he bows and thanks Ivan for all his efforts so far. He then promises that from that moment on, the White Tower will stand by their side. Prang asks if the mage has any ideas, as the imperial family may not arrive in time, but he assures him that help will arrive quickly, as they will sign the cure contract today. In Devor's office, the businessman packs his bags and complains about who ruined him. As he hurries, a voice says that if he tries to run, he'll be finished for good. With that, the Imperial Guard storms the place and tells the businessman not to move. Inspector Walker introduces himself, and Devor, on the floor, wonders what he's doing there. Walker then shows the warrant and arrests him for several crimes, including threats. The businessman says they got the wrong guy, but the inspector tells him to shut up. Devor thinks he needs to contact his protector, or he won't be able to escape the situation. With a fake smile, he asks to smoke one last cigarette before being taken away. Inspector Walker just stares at him with a serious look and doesn't respond to the request. He ignores the businessman and tells his men to cuff him and drag him out. Devor despairs and asks if they know who supports him, but Walker says no. The inspector says his support comes from the Emperor himself, and Devor is in shock. With defeat written on his face, the businessman drops the cigarette he was holding. As his men are being tied up, one of the guards approaches the inspector. The guard asks why they acted so quickly, and Walker says it was an order from above. He adds that the Emperor loves the White Tower, and that this is adult business. The inspector doesn't understand why he likes them so much, as their deeds are from 20 years ago. To him, the current tower is like a bird with broken wings that doesn't deserve so much. He then asks for the age of his subordinate Doran, who replies 23. The inspector remembers he was 12 when humanity won the war and was free. At that time, the White Tower was a powerful and admired force by all the people. That's why he understands why the powerful still hold hope and memories of them. With that, he says they have one more place to go, and Doran is very confused. He tells the others to go home, and says he's going west to shut down some factories. This was a personal addition to his schedule and a favor for Oscar and his friends. He's paying them back for catching Jack's gang and the gunman before. Back at the tower, a blonde mage celebrates the end of something and invites the young man for a drink. The young blue-haired mage gets nervous and spots Oscar and Fran from a distance. With wide eyes, he seems to panic upon seeing the two approaching. With that, the blue-haired young man runs off, saying he has something to do, and Oscar is left confused. The vice master then asks if he saw Fran, and the mage confirms the young man left in a hurry. The old man jokes that he must have been busy and congratulates Oscar on another great recent achievement. He then invites the young man to his room for a chat, and the mage accepts the invitation immediately. The two walk together down a corridor, and a sound echoes through the completely silent place. Noticing the young man is thoughtful, the vice master asks if something is bothering or worrying him. Our hero then asks if Fran said anything to him, and the old master confirms that he did. With a serious look, he reveals that the Sirius family has contacted them to take Fran back. The mage is shocked and asks if his friend is really leaving the tower, and if he agreed to it. The vice master then says the family has already spoken directly with the young man about the situation. The hero is pensive, and the old man admits he doesn't know all the details of the arrangement either. Arriving at Fran's room, our hero knocks on the door, and the young man tells him to come in. The mage enters, and Fran realizes he already knows about the whole situation regarding his departure. Fran apologizes and says he was going to tell him everything, but that he needs to go back to get married and help the guild. The hero is surprised, and his friend says the bride is a good girl and the wedding will be good. He then questions the arranged marriage, but Fran seems resigned to his fate. What really bothers him is having to give up magic forever because of this decision. Sitting on the floor, he laments and says his talent as a mage has always had a very clear limit. He thought he was special and that in the weakest tower, he could finally stand out, but he can barely support himself, so he understands his family's decision to take him. Our hero interrupts him and says firmly that he has talent, and Fran seems surprised. With teary eyes, the young man seems touched by his best friend's words. He thanks him for the compliment, and Oscar says he is serious about all his potential. But suddenly, Fran's older brother appears at the door and tells him to get going. He asks if Oscar is a colleague, and gives Fran only 5 minutes to say goodbye to everyone. The brother turns to leave, but our hero stops him with a very direct question. He asks how much it would cost for Fran to stay at the White Tower with him. The man introduces himself as a friend, and also the famous mage who created the cure for the disease. With that, the brother introduces himself as Grang Sirius, vice chief of the Merchants Guild. The mage proposes a deal, and Grang calls him bold and audacious for his attitude. He says it won't be a bad deal for the Sirius family, and looks at the older brother. He promises to turn Fran into an elite tower mage in just 2 years of training. If he fails, he will give all the profits from the cure for the next 50 years to the Sirius Guild. Fran despairs, and the hero assures him that the vice master will be the witness to the agreement. The brother asks if it's worth doing all this for Fran, or if it's just foolish friendship. The young mage looks at his friend and prepares to give a very sincere and direct answer. With conviction, he says his friend is worth all the effort, and Fran is moved by the scene. He explains that he needs Fran to restore the tower's prestige in 5 years. Grang says the mage is young, and that as a merchant, he can't refuse such an offer. But he adds a condition and says the young man is forgetting an important detail. The brother says the best merchants value trust, and that he needs to prove himself. With that, he challenges him to fight against his bodyguard, and the mage is shocked by the proposal. He then says they won't use sword energy, and the hero realizes he won't back down. Grang expects him tomorrow and warns that if he doesn't show up, he will consider it a forfeit. Fran panics and says a fight against a level 5 is crazy and that he should give up. But our hero says his brother just wants an excuse to give him a beating himself. The young mage thinks it might be feasible, and Fran wonders how a level 2 would fight. He is confused and asks if his friend will evolve him to level 4 in just one day. The young man smiles and says he can take a mage at the limit of level 3 to the next stage. He then says the brother didn't specify that he should fight, but rather prove his ability. The mage calls his friend by name, and the blue-haired youth seems a bit confused. With a smile, he promises to turn him into a level 4 mage for the fight. In the training room, Fran is doubtful, but Oscar assures him it's possible if he trusts him completely. The young man tells his friend to circulate his mana, and a bright blue aura surrounds him with a watchful eye. He analyzes the mana flow and says he found the problem. He then points to several spots on Fran's body and says those are leaks. He explains that the flaws reduce his strength, and his friend is shocked by the revelation. Fran asks if this will make him level up, but the mage says it has nothing to do with it. He says the greatest mages cared about this, and that Fran needs to train every day. With several clones, the mage explains mana circuits, and Fran is confused by the lesson. His friend complains about the difficulty, and Oscar says it's just the beginning, and that he needs one more thing. He then asks the young man to use the herb field magic, and Fran is surprised. The young man refuses, and his friend asks if he doesn't trust him, but the youth denies it. With a sad look, he reveals that he's scared, and our hero is very confused. The young man then says he almost lost his life using that magic once in the past. He says his anxiety led him to seek a magic that no one else could use. With a book in hand, he began to study and practice a new forbidden spell. He wondered what would happen if he turned his body into wind. The young man tried to do it, but the idea was reckless, and the result was disastrous. He thought it had worked at first, but soon lost control of the situation. With wide eyes, he despaired as he realized what was happening. The spell was a complete failure, and he could no longer stop his body's transformation. His mana went out of control, and he cried for help as his body disappeared. If the Tower Master hadn't saved him, he would have been erased from existence forever. With a hand on his chest, he says he never wants to feel that again in his life. The mage remembers he used the magic, and Fran says it activates on its own in danger. His friend then asks if he seems pathetic, and our hero comforts him immediately. He says many mages go through this, and that the solution to the problem is very simple. The hero says it's a lack of control, but Fran says that's talent and can't be trained. But the mage corrects him and says there's a way to force this ability to evolve. Our hero draws a summoning circle, and Fran questions if he's going to summon a demon. But the young man explains he's actually going to summon a wind spirit to merge with his body. With his hand raised, the blue-haired youth begins to recite the incantation for the summoning. After a while, nothing happens, and the mage says his friend's spiritual affinity is terrible. The boy says he felt a wind, but the hero reveals it was just his sigh of disappointment. With a red face, the young man gets frustrated, and Oscar tells him not to be discouraged. The boy despairs and wonders how he'll control his mana, but his friend says there's another way. Our hero remembers learning a ritual from the elves, and that it worked by accident last time. The young man asks if they should try again, but the mage tells him to get out of the way, and says he'll try. He stands in the middle of the circle, and says confidently that the Spirit King will remember him. The young man takes a deep breath, and remembers that last time it wasn't in a dark training room. The summoning actually happened in front of the giant, shining world tree. With his eyes glowing green, he calls the wind spirit to come to him right now. A strong wind arises and Fran is amazed, wondering how that worked on the first try. Then, a large spirit appears and asks the human if he was the one who summoned it to this place. The being says it's been 27 years, and the young man reveals he was the one who summoned it last time. The spirit says what matters is the bond and asks if he wants a pact of true friendship. To everyone's surprise, the hero refuses the spirit's offer without any hesitation. At the response, the spirit and Fran are completely confused by the young man's attitude. The hero smiles and explains he didn't summon it for himself, but for his friend Fran. The next day, the Veister meets the two brothers and accepts the proposal for the deal. He says the cure creator's stubbornness was strong, and the mage smiles at the response. Grang then introduces the level 5 knight Lasley Morgan and the level 2 mage Oscar. He explains that the first to take the other's necklace within 5 minutes wins the fight. The old man tells the young man to raise his hand if he wants to stop and questions his weird outfit. But the hero says it's all right and shows the details of his strange attire. He then steps back and reveals that he won't be the one fighting in today's duel. With a new posture and outfit, Fran appears to fight, shocking everyone there. The older brother is astonished and asks the hero what this means. The mage says he just needed to prove his ability and that he taught Fran yesterday. Grang admits his mistake and warns that he won't go easy just because he's his younger brother. The hero says a level 4 has a better chance, and Grang is shocked by the revelation. With a smile, he says that to have Fran in 2 years, he needs to show this ability. The brother understands the message and tells his knight to prepare for the upcoming fight. The mage holds Fran's arm and tells him to do what they practiced yesterday to win. With a confident look, the blue-haired youth agrees with his friend and gets ready. He then says he'll be right back and walks towards the center of the training arena. The knight greets him as young master, and the young man greets him back. With a hand gesture, the tower's vice master signals the official start of the duel. In an instant, the knight advances with impressive speed across the arena. The young man dodges an attack from daggers and seems to have a plan in mind for the combat. He gets closer and prepares to attack, but notices something strange in the air around him. Suddenly, a strong pressure from the knight hits him, and the young man is frightened. He wonders how a level 5 can be so strong even without using his energy. With his body trembling, the young mage feels he can't do anything against it. Our hero watches everything with a calm and confident look in his friend's potential. The blue-haired young man is paralyzed and starts to sweat, fearing defeat. He then remembers his friend, saying he is essential for the new White Tower. The mage also said that without the young man, it would be impossible to achieve his great dream. With renewed confidence, the young man concentrates his mana and prepares to attack. He then fires a powerful wind blade towards his opponent. The boy thinks it's the first time someone has said they need him in their life. With that, he attacks with all his might, so as not to betray his best friend's trust. The knight defends with ease and is surprised by the young mage's power. He then realizes the technique used originates from the Eastern nations. The knight wonders if this is what it feels like to face sword control, but he manages to defend against the wind blades without much effort. With that, he says the time for observation is over, and now he will attack with everything. In the blink of an eye, he advances, and the blue-haired youth is astonished by the scene. The mage despairs and wonders how he will block such a fast blow. To defend himself, he creates a giant wind hand and launches it at the knight. Grang is shocked and wonders how his brother grew so much in just half a day. Our hero assures him the method was safe, and his friend's brother seems to doubt it. The knight is caught by the hand, and the young mage seems to have trouble holding him. But the warrior breaks free, and the hero thinks his friend is not suited for combat. He thinks his friend's delicate nature will cause him to get hurt more than others. The knight then takes the mage's necklace and says he won't be devoured again. At the scene, Grang looks at the hero and says with a mocking tone that the game is over. But suddenly, he looks at the arena and is shocked by what he's seeing. He turns to the young man and asks why he is smiling at that moment. The night before, the mage was celebrating success, and his friend was thanking him for the beating. The hero says the trauma still holds him back, and that he has no way of winning the duel, but he reveals that it's possible if he uses the full power of the spirit Pungbake. The mage asks if he thinks turning into wind is everything and says there's more. With chalk, he draws on the board and reveals the spirit's power of assimilation. He explains that everything that touches the young man's body can also turn into wind. The mage says it's more fun to win a mental game, and the knight attacks in the arena, but his hand passes through the mage's chest like a ghost, and he is shocked. In an instant, the blue-haired young man grabs the knight's red necklace. He then holds both necklaces in his hands and wins the duel against the knight. With his hand passing through his body, the knight is in a complete state of shock. Fran celebrates excitedly and shouts to everyone that the plan worked perfectly. Grang can't believe it and says the healer told him this magic couldn't be used. The vice master then declares the match over and asks if the brother accepts the result. Our hero smiles and praises his friend, saying he did a great job in the fight. Fran waves to them, and the brother thinks the mage taught him all that in just one day. With wide eyes, the merchant still seems to not believe what he just saw. The knight accepts defeat, and the young mage returns his necklace with a handshake. Grang says goodbye and asks them to continue taking good care of his younger brother. He turns to Fran and says he's grown a little, but the young man doesn't understand. With that, the brother just says to forget it and turns to leave with his knight. The hero and his friend watch the two depart, and the arena falls completely silent. With a smile, our hero thinks his friend's brother is a pretty funny guy deep down. Fran blushes happy, thinking his brother was just pretending to be tough. The next day, Fran is shocked and asks if that is really the entrance to the training. He shouts that it's a prison, and the mage says he's not wrong, as it used to be one. The young man complains he did nothing, and the hero explains it was an order from the vice master. He then collapses to the ground, and the mage says he needs to adapt to the wind spirit. With that, the hero grabs his friend and tells him to stop complaining because he won't pass away. With tears in his eyes, Fran asks if it's true, and the mage confirms and tells him to take care. After closing the door, the hero smiles and reveals he was the one who requested this training. The night before, he asked the vice master for 30 days of training for the young mage. The old man agrees and thanks the young man, saying he has good news for him too. He reveals that the Sirius Guild has offered their distribution network to them for free. The hero thinks the guild is betting on the tower's success, and Fran's as a mage. He says it's great news, and the vice master reveals he has one more favor to ask. The old man then asks if he would consider giving a lecture to the other mages in the tower. Our hero sips his tea and says he can do it, but seems a bit suspicious. He asks why the focus isn't on the potion department at the moment. With that, he questions if there's a reason the mages need to get stronger now. The vice master praises him and asks if he's ever heard of the Knight of Mages. An image shows the event's name, and the mage confirms he knows it very well. It was a day for mages from all towers to gather and improve their skills. But in reality, they always ended up fighting among themselves and causing a lot of trouble. The hero thinks if the event was abolished, it means the emperor wants to revive it. The old man confirms and says the Black Hot Tower is his biggest concern with this event. He fears the tower will be an easy target for them, and this makes the hero very anxious. With a determined look, he says he will give the lecture, and the vice master is surprised. He walks down the corridor and thinks he can't let the White Tower fall behind. With a smile, he feels grateful that a demigod would remember a mere human like him. Back at the summoning of the spirit Pungbake, he freaks out and asks who makes a contract like that. The giant being shouts and wants to know how the hero expects him to stay calm about this. But the mage interrupts him and says the name Silifrian of Serenity to the spirit. With that, the spirit is shocked and wonders how a human dares to speak the king's name. He then sends her a message and says firmly that the white mage has returned. Suddenly, a blue butterfly lands on the spirit's nose, and he is left speechless. The spirit queen appears and asks our hero who he really is. The spirit is astonished that a king would give direct orders to a mere human. The being then allows the fusion but says it will only be with a low-level spirit. The young man thanks him, and the queen sends a message for him not to forget the promise. He promises he will keep the promise, and that he saved many tower members with it. With an announcement in hand, he says he will return the favor with interest to everyone. But before that, He thinks he needs to check on his people to see how they are doing. Arriving in the room, a red-haired mage greets him and jokes that he thought they were gone. The young man asks if the class is for level 3 mages, and a young woman confirms it is. A girl says the vice master invited the speaker, and that the class will be in the building. The two get excited and wonder if the instructor is someone incredible and famous, but a young blonde man complains and tells them to stop with all that nonsense. This is Damien Proud, the only son of the famous and wealthy Count Proud's family. The pink-haired girl says he's being very negative and that this is rare. He then says if it were something serious, it would be an advanced class and not about basic magic. With that, he says if the class were any good, even the level 2 genius would be there. Suddenly, a sound linking magic is cast, and everyone is caught by surprise. The red-haired young man despairs and wonders if that is some kind of silence magic. At that moment, someone enters the room and greets everyone in a very calm voice. He introduces himself as Oscar Cruziong and says he will be the speaker from today on. Everyone is shocked and wonders why a level 2 is the instructor for that class. The students complain and think it makes no sense for someone of a lower level to teach them. The mage says anyone with complaints can leave the room, and the redhead is astonished. He explains they are no longer students, but that there is a condition for leaving. With an hourglass, he says they need to prove they don't need to learn any more. With that, he gives them 10 minutes to say they won't participate in his class. With a smile on his face, he asks if the task seems simple enough. The students are furious and realize he is forcing them to attend the class. They then understand that this is a test and that it's not something impossible to solve. The blonde young man understands that if they don't break the magic, they can't skip the lecture. The hero thinks he left a weak point in the spell, but that it won't be easy to break. Time passes, and the mage starts to wonder if no one will succeed. But suddenly, the young blonde man manages to break the magic and shouts for everyone to hear. The hero is surprised and remembers that boy was on the beginner's list. The hero looks at Damien Proud's file and sees that he is the only son of the famous Count. He congratulates him and thinks it was too easy because he had to hold back not to win. The instructor turns the hourglass and announces that time is up and Damien was the only one to pass. With a smile, the young blonde man asks if he doesn't have to attend the class, and the mage agrees. The young man feels awkward and thinks it would be strange to ask to stay after everything. Our hero notices the hesitation and invites him to come up and learn a new spell. He then asks for his favorite basic magic, and the young man replies that it's the wind blade. The young man says it's a nuisance, and suddenly, a green energy appears in his hands. With that, several blades of wind energy appear and float around the blonde young man. The mage smiles, satisfied, and says today he will teach him the true wind blade. He then takes one of the blades and says that at most, it's a poorly made version of the spell. With the blade in hand, he says there are 2 problems and the young blonde man is astonished. The hero explains that the first problem is that the spell is not made of real wind. Seeing the young man's confusion, he explains the nature of elements like water, fire, and wind. He says wind only exists when air moves, and the young man seems to finally understand. With the other students watching, he says the White Tower is the domain of flowing wind. He then crushes the energy blade in his hand to prove the magic is very weak. The young man asks about the second problem, and the hero says he wastes too much mana. He explains that when you reach a certain level, you learn a lot about someone. He deduces that the boy grew up watching his family use magic and just tried to copy them. He explains that imitating the spell was difficult, and the young man forced it with more mana than usual. With that, the bad habit stuck with him, and the young man is shocked that he knew all that. The mage says it's a shame such a talented student doesn't want to attend his lecture, but the young blonde man turns and asks, who said he wasn't going to participate in the class. With a flushed face, he returns to his seat, and the instructor smiles at the scene. 3 weeks pass, and a rumor about Oscar Cruziong spreads through the White Tower. A mage comments to his friends that they say he is the best instructor at the moment. His colleague questions if he's only good for newbies, but the other says strong mages have gone to sea. One of them suggests they should go too, and their friend gets up, all excited. A young woman says they need to go early because the line for the class gets huge, and they won't get in. With that, they all get up hastily and head towards the classroom together. They rush out of the cafeteria so they don't lose their spots in the famous lecture. In the classroom, the pink-haired girl is astonished by the number of people who came. Suddenly, someone notices that even Elder Maxim is there and says it looks like a seminar. Our hero then enters the room and says that today's spell is very important for them. The students get excited, and the instructor says it's the most useful magic for a mage, but he reveals that it's wind magic, and all the students fall completely silent. They complain that it's a waste of time because it's a very basic and well-known spell. The elder then stands up and asks if he is really going to teach wind magic to everyone. He confirms and asks the elder to show his wind magic, and the man agrees immediately. With that, the elder releases a powerful gust of wind that impresses everyone in the classroom. Our hero thanks him and says that's enough for what he needs to show. He then turns and calls a blonde girl named Amy Lavin to do the same. The young woman gets nervous and asks why he chose her, but casts the spell anyway. A warm, gentle breeze passes by two students who seem to really enjoy the sensation. The instructor then asks the class what the big difference was between the two spells. Some say it was the power, but a young woman answers that it was the nature of each one's mana. The young woman is surprised he knows her name, and the mage confirms that she is correct. With a smile, he says the difference was in the mana used and asks if that isn't fascinating. He explains that the spells were the same, but one was a desert wind and the other a breeze. The blonde girl nods in agreement, and the hero prepares for another question. He asks if anyone knows what the nature of mana is, and a student answers about the systems. On the board, he writes that they will focus on harmony with the elements of wind and water. One of the students says it's because of the properties, and the mage nods in confirmation. He explains that fire and lightning don't have harmony because they can't be cold at the same time, but wind and water can be hot or cold, and that's why they represent harmony. The hero creates a ball of water and says there's a difference between the white and blue towers. With the water boiling in his hand, he says for that, you just need heat and a little time. The water turns to steam, and he says creating hot wind is easier than boiling water. As the magic spreads, some feel heat and others cold, and he compares it to a chameleon. Oscar says that wind is freer than any other element and can be very powerful. He explains that only wind can contain all harmony, and that they must understand it. The instructor says that defining wind as an entity is the main point of today's class. Suddenly, the elder begins to concentrate and think about what wind is to him. Our hero realizes something is happening and is surprised by the man's reaction. A student worries about the elder, but the mage shouts for no one to interrupt him. With a serious look, the old mage continues his concentration, and a student asks not to touch him. The instructor tells everyone to back away and reveals that the elder is having an awakening. With a red aura, the man seems to be on the verge of reaching a new level of power. He then opens his eyes and lets out a sigh of relief for having achieved what he wanted. The hero asks how he is, and the man says that unfortunately, he didn't reach level 8. But he stands up and hugs the young man tightly, thanking him very much for the class. Patting him on the back, the elder says that thanks to him, future classes will be easier. The instructor then thinks that the biggest gain of that day wasn't just helping the elder. With his eyes fixed, he looks to the back of the room and thinks of the name Veronica Fricks. He thinks he caught her attention, one of the troublemakers from his diary's list. The next day, he walks down the hall remembering she said something about the room. The young woman questioned him about his training and why he didn't use the so-called MHT. The hero gets irritated and thinks she looked down on him for not knowing about the training room. With a sigh, he finally arrives at the place the young woman talked so much about the day before. He is impressed and thinks that of the 300 rooms, only 3 have golden doors. The young man opens the door and wonders why. It isn't automatic if it's so special. Standing on a mat, he looks around and tries to understand what's different there. Suddenly, a mysterious voice greets him, and he wonders what changed in the environment. A system introduces itself as Argo, and the hero realizes the room uses magic technology. He gets annoyed, refuses the registration, and thinks about the money the yellow tower is making. The system then treats him as anonymous and says he can choose from 100 levels. He chooses level 1, and the system materializes 3 colored spheres in front of him. The challenge is to pop the 3 spheres with any type of attack he wants to use, but he pops them all at once, and the system congratulates him for passing level 1. With a smile, the young man thinks that was easy and asks to increase the difficulty. He then chooses level 100, and the system warns him of the dangers, but he doesn't care. Stretching, he wonders how difficult the highest level can be. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, and a small sphere of light appears in the corner of the room. Then, 1,000 spheres appear, and the system says he can't be hit more than 10 times. Without wasting time, he launches several wind blades and destroys many spheres in the air. He realizes he needs to pop them all, and that if he continues like this, his mana will run out. So, he decides to use minimal power and concentrates a green energy in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he fires a shower of small spells at the spheres. He dodges the attacks and thinks the new tactic is much more efficient than the previous one. But he thinks the training has gone beyond the level of children, and that this is an exaggeration. Panting, the system congratulates him and says he finally managed to pass level 100. He then throws himself on the floor and says with a smile that it was a good warm up to start. Tired, he thinks that modern mages train from a young age and are better than the old ones. With that, he gets up, determined to train more and eat well to get stronger. Suddenly, Veronica appears and asks if he thought she would ignore him that day. The young man is surprised by her presence and asks if she also came to train. He says he came to take a look, and she corrects him, saying the theory isn't his. The young woman is confused by the young man's attitude and wonders if he ate something strange. She then enters the room and asks the system to start at level 50 for a warm-up. After the training, she asks the system if there have been any changes in the room's rankings. A screen appears and shows someone named AA in first place with a record time. The young woman wonders who this person is, and the system says it cannot reveal their identity. She thinks the record is for level 5 mages, and that it was a first for the continent. The young woman insists on knowing, but the system repeats that it cannot disclose personal information. With that, she wonders if the record holder is Oscar, and the system repeats the same message. The next day, Oscar is walking with a sore body when the elder calls him down the corridor. The old man greets him and says it's a good time to discuss an important matter. He reveals that vendors are not buying the potions because of the blue tower. Angrily, he thinks about how he will get revenge and wonders why the coffee line is so long. He finds 2 delivery drivers and asks what their route for the day will be. One of them talks about the salary increase, and the hero wonders if they are knights. The red-haired young man says the tower master takes deliveries very seriously. The delivery drivers say the only advantage is that the citizens like them a lot. One of them comments that the elderly always give them food when they deliver heavy packages. With an idea in mind, he approaches and asks if they always meet the customers. The young man confirms, and the hero smiles, because he already knows what he's going to do to solve the problem. With a handshake, he thanks them and runs off to put his new plan into action. He goes straight to the vice master's room and prepares his presentation for the old man. With conviction, he says the delivery division should also do door-to-door sales. The old man says it's impossible because the potions are not for the daily use of common people. But the hero reassures him and reveals that they will simply create new potions for that. With a pen, he draws the White Tower's base recovery potion on the paper. He explains that he will divide it into 4 types based on different ages and genders. He thinks about changing the name to supplement, and that people could take more than one. A few days later, an old man is walking tiredly when a delivery driver calls him from a distance. The young man runs and says the old man is popular for receiving letters every day of the week. The postman delivers the letter, and the old man complains that he's not going to pass away as soon as everyone thinks. But he complains that at 80 years old, his body and mind are already very heavy. The young man asks if he wants to try a new product that the White Tower has launched. He then takes a small potion out of his bag and offers it to the old man as a sample. He explains that it's a supplement and that it will help improve his health and well-being. Two gentlemen are playing chess when one of them asks if his friend has been taking some kind of magic elixir. The old man explains that he's actually taking the new tonic created by the White Tower. Meanwhile, the hero is writing at his desk when a colleague warns him that they have a big problem. With a newspaper in her hand, the blonde woman says their potions will end up spoiling at this rate. The headline shows that the Blue Dragon Tower is offering an enormous winter discount on their potions. The girl panics, realizing they want to push the White Tower out of the potion market. She then laments that after a month, they won't even be able to get back into the business. The young man suggests selling the flu and recovery remedies together, but the woman immediately rejects the idea. He figures the rival tower would use it as an excuse to attack them for toying with people's lives. The blonde woman asks if they're just going to accept defeat, and the hero asks about their stock. She confirms there are so many bottles they wouldn't even notice if 100 were taken, and the young man smiles at this. The young man shows a new recipe and suggests reprocessing all the unsold potions as tonics. Holding the paper, he says it makes no sense to keep a bunch of remedies that aren't selling. Reading the sheet, the girl sees that large families will get additional discounts for buying multiple items. The hero plans to pay the information guild to spread a rumor, and she asks what it would be. With a clever look, he reveals the product's name, calling the special potion M0. He thinks it'd be fun to spread a rumor that the tonic helps with vitality, and the young woman looks disgusted. Holding a small sphere, he explains that this core has excellent recovery effects. The mage thanks his colleague for keeping watch, and then swallows the small, glowing pill. At that moment, the guard watches in amazement as green energy begins to emanate from the young man's body. The protagonist focuses his mind and takes a deep breath, trying to stay as calm as possible. With a green aura surrounding him, the young man meditates to absorb all the power from the magic core. The guard figures that this must be the first real elixir the young man has ever taken in his life. He's impressed to see the mana flowing so smoothly through the talented mage's hands. After a while, the young man finally opens his glowing eyes, showing that the process is over. In the morning, the hero stretches in bed and thanks his colleague for waiting up so late. The young man notices his shoulders are healed and stronger, and the guard says he's heading out. He says goodbye to his friend but looks out the window, thinking he's still not the least bit sleepy. With that, he decides to get up and grabs a mysterious firearm from his side table. Analyzing the object, he wonders if he should create a spell to reduce the recoil damage. That same night, a man in a tie with a briefcase walks toward the mana plant. The green-haired security guard blocks his path, telling him that no one is allowed inside. But the mysterious man smiles and shows a badge from the Royal Special Investigation Division. The guard is shocked and questions why someone so important would visit a place like this. The investigator explains that they received orders to analyze the rare core that hatched in the area. Back to the protagonist, he's talking with Veronica, and she confirms she's seeking a burning wind. The young woman explains that the nature of mana isn't about what a person wants, but what suits them best. With her big green eyes, she looks at the young man and reflects on what would suit her best. She smiles and jokes that, following that logic, his wind would just be annoying and not at all comforting. The pair finally arrives by carriage at the manufactory, and the hero stretches, all excited. The hero makes a confused expression as he sees what's happening in front of him. Veronica uses her wind magic to push away a huge, slummy monster that was blocking the area. The green creature is crushed by the magic, and the hero understands why people speak so highly of the girl's skills. He's impressed by her casting speed, thinking that even experienced mages would take longer. The young man thinks she could be trained as a spell shooter, just like a famous old mage, but the girl turns around with a furious glare, scolding him for not helping with the cleanup. With that, he gives in and also attacks one of the slimes as she warns that the monsters are crowding the entrance. The young mage reflects on this information, that the creatures are only grouped at the building's door. He then begins to watch closely as dozens of green slimes crawl together across the plant's floor. The young woman tells him to focus on the monsters outside and asks if he doesn't find the situation strange. He asks her to notice how the creatures are fleeing toward the exit, as if they want to get away from the inside. Elsewhere, someone analyzes numerical data of dynamic mana and calls out our great protagonist's name. This is a fellow researcher who suggests testing the new magic, using those same values right then. Before them, a huge, glowing serpent made of pure magic appears, and the green-haired young man is shocked, excited. The colleague shakes the hero's hands and assures him he'll be listed as a co-author on all the research. The protagonist is surprised and wonders if that powerful spell was really the focus of the whole study. The green-haired man explains that the problem they solved was a spell created by the tower's former master. The majestic and brilliant magical creature, shaped like a giant serpent, is known by the name Ouroboros. Our dear mage is completely shocked and speechless upon discovering the true origin of that magic. With a confused look, the young man questions why his colleague would spend 7 long years restoring something like this. The friend then reveals that the magic defies the laws of conservation, creating a nearly infinite energy source. He explains the reason for the name and admits that, despite everything, he still considers the spell a great failure. The scientist laments that humanity has already conquered the land and seas using their grand sailing ships. But he says that to master the skies, they decided to launch a bold project with ships that fly in the clouds. The goal was to create large airships to have an advantage against demons, using Ouroboros as the engine. Although brilliant, the project was cancelled because the energy output was too weak to move a ship. He then details the idea of creating a powerful battery that would provide continuous and limitless energy to everyone. The protagonist becomes apprehensive and asks if the Yellow Tower has any knowledge of that research. The colleague confirms they don't, as they consider airships nonsense and are already focused on another type of transport. He describes the new invention as a massive iron horse that travels across the land, called a train. The young man reflects that the rival master wouldn't invest in something bad, and that trains will change the world very soon. However, he soon concludes in his thoughts that nothing on the ground would be as shocking as a ship in the skies. With that, the young man realizes his colleague kept the business running at a loss to monopolize the delivery market. The friend smiles and agrees, saying that people today depend only on old carts and boats for freight. He's confident that dominating the skies with commercial ships will make even the popular trains obsolete. The scientist says the big goal now is to reveal all this incredible magic at the White Night Festival. He thanks the hero from the bottom of his heart for helping to finally complete this long-awaited dream. The protagonist gets emotional seeing that his students never forgot his great dream, which was considered impossible. He decides he must lead the way like a true master and proposes they take the idea a little further. The researcher's eyes widen in surprise at the incredible proposal to reveal the prototype directly at the festival. Smiling, the hero asks what his colleague thinks about making that very idea their grand objective. The scientist agrees, saying that seeing something real is much more impactful than a simple, vague concept. At this, the young man thinks there was no need for the researcher to dedicate 7 long years to this spell. The colleague celebrates, wanting to tell Sasha the news, and the protagonist is shocked by this information. With comical tears, the hero laments that the girl ordered the spell to be restored without even defining a purpose. The young researcher admires the magic and says, that this is their first step in 7 years toward the skies. The protagonist confirms they will resume the old challenge and use the Ouroboros magic as the engine, but the young man questions if the wind power generated alone wouldn't be too weak to lift a ship. The mage smiles confidently and says that things today aren't the same as they were 23 years ago. With his colleague confused, the hero approaches the table and shows that the big difference is what they have now. At that moment, we see a glowing magic lamp, and the secret revealed is fantastic magic engineering. He reports that the Yellow Tower stole part of the old research and made great advances in post-war engineering. The hero gets annoyed for not focusing on engineering earlier, but soon explains his new amplification theory. He then says he plans to use a battery as a means to amplify the force, and the researcher is astonished. Grabbing the pen, the protagonist starts writing quickly. Thinking that the level of this test is very easy, he deduces that the questions are only meant to find basic errors in the calculation of mana values. Meanwhile, the green-haired scientist watches the scene, very confused and not understanding what's happening. The man is shocked to see the boy on the last page and finds it impossible for a level 2 to be so fast. He starts to think the young man's pride must be hurt, and he's just scribbling random answers. Suddenly, the protagonist's pen stops, moving over the paper quite abruptly. He comments that the last question is on a completely different level, and the researcher finds his remark odd. Smiling, the hero thinks that this problem looks a lot like the old spell he created himself. Calmly, he hands the clipboard back to the scientist and says he's finished solving everything. The researcher takes the papers, surprised, and asks how he answered the last question without showing his work. Sighing, the green-haired man laments, thinking he expected more from such a well-recommended boy. But as he reads the answers, he's completely shocked, realizing the young man did it all in his head. His eyes widen in pure amazement at the absurd genius in the calculations of this simple student. Trembling, he stares at the hero and asks if the boy really thought the last answer was correct. The protagonist turns with an innocent expression and asks which of the 4 values he was referring to. The scientist is paralyzed when the young man says he used dynamic mana values to solve everything. At another time, a blonde mage jokes that the researcher lives buried in studies and doesn't know the latest news. The green-haired man looks around and notices that the atmosphere in the White Tower really seems to have changed. The blonde man comments that everyone there has been happier lately, as if they'd won the lottery. He then reveals that it's all thanks to our hero's absurd potential, which has finally blossomed. Listening to the story with a cup in his hand, the researcher asks if this boy is a master of alchemy. The excited pair explains that besides building things, the boy also has a genius mind for business. The scientist asks them to calm down and agrees to meet the boy only at their insistence, but without getting his hopes up. He reflects that it's not a lack of respect, but rather something structurally impossible for someone of a low level. The researcher understands that the view from the ground floor is different from the roof, and a level 2 has his limits, especially since the current research is trying to restore the unique magic of the greatest genius of all time. The hero proposes they do a little test to prove his skills, and the man agrees. The researcher formally introduces himself as Schwain Koch and explains his role at the White Tower. He explains that a major project is underway, but it's impossible for him to finish it all alone. The man admits he feels a little bad asking for a test, since he's the one who needs help, but the protagonist reassures him, agreeing it wouldn't make sense to hire someone without an evaluation. With a smile, he says he'll do his best, and that 50 minutes will be more than enough. Elsewhere, the blonde woman says the young man no longer needs to pass on reports from the potions wing to her. The hero questions this, but she informs him that a monthly update will be more than enough. She explains that with the stock replenished, it's time for them to strengthen the organization's core. The young man listens to her attentively as she says she wants to focus on restoring old magic books. With a thoughtful expression, the young man considers the woman's idea of publishing the new findings. Just then, an old door begins to open slowly, revealing a hallway full of cobwebs. The researcher comes out of the room, stretching after spending hours cooped up in the lab. Tired, the mage sighs and comments to himself that he can't even remember the last time he saw some sunlight. The pair of colleagues approaches with some cups, and the blonde man jokes about the scientist's disappearance. The poor man confesses that the research hasn't been progressing as he'd like lately. He despairs at the table, saying he needs to present results at the grand festival no matter what. The dark-haired girl feels sorry for the pitiful state her poor researcher colleague is in. The blonde man then suggests he hire an assistant, like the talented new boy at the White Tower. But the young woman disagrees with the idea, arguing that the newcomer's level is too low for something so complex. Meanwhile, a mail carrier finds the red-haired master and hands her a newspaper as she requested. The delivery person comments that the western part of the continent is full of recent gossip about the White Tower. Holding the newspaper, the woman trembles with fear at the possibility that the organization went bankrupt in her absence. With tears in her eyes, the girl fears being banished from the select group of the 4 major magic towers. But as she glances at the front page, the girl is startled by the headline she just read. She quickly flips through the newspaper, trying to absorb all that crazy information at once. In shock, the master asks the delivery person if everything written in those pages isn't just a work of fiction. The redhead is impressed to find out that their delivery business has been doing so well lately. The mail carrier then formally bids the girl farewell and asks for the payment to be made at the Imperial Bank. Suddenly, a magical bolt flies across the blue sky with impressive speed, cutting through the clouds. Curious about what's happening at her tower, the red-haired master takes flight, determined to see it all up close. Back at the tower, the blonde woman praises the hero, confirming that he is a talented and surprising mage. The young man doesn't understand the sudden praise and thinks to himself that this situation seems almost magical. The leader states that they are flooded with orders, and that the lifetime discount strategy was brilliant. However, she explains that the military didn't care much, as they already have a deal with another tower. In another location on the eastern band of the continent, we observe the gigantic and powerful Yan dynasty. A giant, frightening monster attacks some swordsmen in the middle of the wild forest. The men try to use a battle formation, but the beast charges, sending them flying with a single blow. Suddenly, a pillar of energy crashes down from the sky, startling the poor, injured warriors in the area. The huge monster stares at the spell with its bright red eyes and lets out a fierce roar into the air. A green leaf falls slowly from the sky, and one of the warriors watches it with a look of concern. The giant monster suddenly begins to float upside down, surrounded by a mysterious wind. Just then, a person in a white, hooded cloak descends from the skies, landing in front of all the warriors. The red-haired figure extends a glowing hand and announces she will send the creature to the ground. With a relentless wind spell, the monster is hit by several cutting blasts of energy. Huge pillars of wind tear through the skies as the swordsman asks if she is from the Tower of Magic. The mysterious hooded person greets the warrior, and he introduces himself as Zhang Chun of his clan. At that moment, the mysterious woman holds the edge of her hood and decides to reveal her true face. She removes the cloak, revealing herself to be the beautiful master of the White Tower, and introduces herself to the young man with a smile. Back at the imposing White Tower, we see the grand and beautiful castle shining in the daylight. In a room, a mage in a blue robe smiles arrogantly and announces that the plan is complete. He looks at a chart on the wall, where the white line is plummeting, and celebrates having crushed his rivals. Suddenly, the door opens, and the head of potions from the blue tower enters the room in a hurry, holding a newspaper. The young man in blue smiles, handing over the success report of his mission, but the boss refuses it immediately. Very angry, the boss hits the young man's face with the newspaper, asking why he's smiling. The newspaper falls onto the table, and the boss tells the young man to read it all, while the young man obeys, frightened. Reading the headline, the young man's eyes widen, and the boss shouts furiously, complaining about the terrible results. The paper shows that the White Tower's new tonic was a massive hit, selling 10 million vials. The young man is in complete shock and wonders how the enemy sold so many tonics without the market. He reads that the tower used a subscription system with door-to-door sales and understands the genius of it. The boss reads the hero's statement about a lifetime discount and realizes that was the original price. The green-haired man sighs and says the public would never know, as the vial is brand new. He approaches the chart on the board and explains that it will now be impossible for the market to ignore the white tower. Angrily, he pulls the blue line down and says the enemy's real sales must be at the top. The young man backs away, trembling, and the boss warns him menacingly that he'll be very busy from now on. The young man panics when the boss says he will work for free for the rest of his life. Elsewhere, the mail carrier offers the tonic to the old man and guarantees he will live for many more years. The young man recounts the case of another gentleman who took the potion and was even able to go for walks again. The mail carrier whispers that the tonic was created by the greatest and smartest genius of the White Tower. The gentleman recognizes the great hero's name, but worries about the high cost of something so rare and powerful. The old man furiously refuses the offer and complains that the old remedies from the Blue Tower never worked. But the mail carrier keeps a smile on his face and says he actually has an unbeatable offer. The old man leans in, very curious, and the young man confirms that the elder's house is in the capital. The young man shows a mega promotion with half off the annual subscription, with many benefits. The old man thinks he can pay in installments, and the young man informs him that the first sample is completely free. At this, the old man wastes no time and takes the entire vial from the young man's hand, swallowing it in one gulp. The next day, the old man wakes up in his bed and notices that his body feels much lighter than usual. Sitting at the table for coffee, the gentleman finally notices the incredible effect of the magic potion. Very excited and overflowing with energy, the old man starts riding his bicycle through the beautiful streets. The friendly old man finally arrives at the square and greets his friends, who are startled by his energy. Giving his friend a beautiful checkmate, the old man smiles and asks if he's been practicing chess lately. The gentleman then smiles and says he feels incredibly focused today, as if he were 10 years younger. Back in the library, the researcher holds the books and asks to share those documents. The hero takes a book, confused, and wonders what all this is that his colleague just handed him. Opening the notebook, he realizes they are new formulas on how to create magic engineering batteries. Impressed, the young man asks to sit and analyze the books more calmly, and the scientist agrees at once. The young man sees that the notes are derived from the Great Serpent spell and praises his colleague's flawless research. The young man then asks if they are going to start the study, and the scientist says he has something to say first. The hero swears total secrecy, but the researcher sighs and says he actually owes him an apology. The young man finds this strange and questions why restoring an old spell would be worthy of an apology. The man regrets getting him involved in this, warning that the Yellow Tower might even try to take them out to stop the plan. But the hero smiles, relieved, and says he thought it was something serious, leaving the poor scientist very confused. The researcher warns of lawsuits and secret assassins, but the young man agrees with all of it. Walking, he reflects that if he lets fear dominate him, he'll make 1,000 excuses and end up doing nothing. He then says that running away out of fear would mean never escaping his current life, being just an empty shell. The hero recalls the humiliations at the White Tower and is confident that this research will give them the strength to fight back. The scientist lets out a contagious laugh and praises the young man for stealing all the cool lines he was going to say. He extends his hand to the hero, wondering how he never noticed the young man was such an interesting person. With a firm handshake, the new pair of geniuses seals their great partnership to revolutionize all of magic. On the first day of research, the hero points to a specific spot on the grand, glowing magical hologram. He notes that the equation reduces the magic's power, but his colleague warns that removing it would affect stability. The researcher suggests focusing on safety, since the final goal is just to build a safe flying ship. By the fourth day, The man is despairing over the modification errors, while the young man remains super calm. The hero suggests changing the engineering's serial structure to make it even more complex and super safe. Excited, the man agrees and asks to give it a try, while the young man offers to bring food and lots of coffee. Suddenly, the library lights go out by themselves, and the pair is startled by another sudden blackout. The protagonist resigns himself to the power outage and leaves to get coffee, suggesting a well-deserved break. On the 6th day, the partner is walking and confesses he's been thinking a lot about the project lately. Staring at the spell, he thanks the hero for his support, admitting he couldn't have finished it all alone. The young man watches him in silence as he hears his colleague say he doubted he'd even make it to the airship phase. The man smiles relieved and thanks him again for seeing the magic spell reach perfection so quickly. But the lights start flickering again, and the hero calls his partner's attention to the nuisance. The scientist laughs, finding it funny that the power plant would fail at such a moving moment, saying it even highlights the magic. At that instant, an announcement over the loudspeaker summons our hero to the tower's vice master's office. The colleague tells him to go ahead and assures him he'll finish the battery that will interact with the serpent. Arriving in the room, the vice master comments that the power outages in the tower have been unbearable lately. The old man then says the power plant needs a cleaning, and the hero understands they have to get rid of some slimes. The leader thanks him for taking on the task, admitting that the staff shortage has let the slimes multiply. He asks the boy to go the next morning and tells him to meet Veronica at the entrance. The hero makes a confused face, wondering why on earth they would need a level 4 mage there. The vice master smiles and says that newcomers should work in pairs and that young Veronica seems quite frustrated. The young man accepts the mission and bows as the old man laughs, asking him to take care of everything. Looking at the clear sky, he realizes the slimes are just an excuse to force him to talk to the girl. Inside a carriage, the young woman complains about the boy's tardiness, and he just greets her with a "good morning." He gets into the carriage, stating he arrived 5 minutes early, and the girl just tells him to shut up. With that, the carriage pulled by 2 horses finally departs, leaving the large building behind. Sitting in silence, the young man listens as the young woman firmly states they are not going to a classroom. He agrees, saying they are going to the mana plant, but the woman makes it very clear that she is the mission leader. She explains that she has more practical experience and warns him not to act like a teacher outside the classroom. The young man agrees to the condition, and the two continue the rest of the long journey in total silence. With her arms crossed, she tells him to be quiet because she needs to use the trip to get some sleep. The young man asks why she's so irritated, and the young woman freaks out because he keeps acting like her master. Smiling, he offers to help, advising that if there's a shortcut in front of her, she should take it. Hearing this, the mage narrows her eyes angrily and glares at the young man with a hateful expression. The hero focuses his blue eyes on her and thinks of the name of this proud and difficult-to-handle student. Watching the young woman sitting there, he recalls having written before that she possessed exceptional talent. Smiling as if feeding an angry kitten, he asks if she doesn't feel better after venting. The young woman turns her face, breaking into a cold sweat, and realizes her recent insomnia is all because of his classes. She reveals she wants to create an intense wind like the elders, but is frustrated that she can't replicate it. The young man notices the student's exhaustion and deduces that her doubt is just the price for sleepless nights. The young woman suddenly asks what he just said, while he tries not to laugh at her attitude. Hiding his laughter, the young man explains that if she's stuck in her training, it's because of the class on the nature of mana. The girl confirms this and laments not being able to achieve the powerful wind, and the young man agrees it's difficult. He states that this type of wind doesn't suit her, and the young woman retorts that she trained hard for it. The mage says that others notice things we don't see, and asks what kind of wind she thinks he would use. The woman states it would be an annoying wind, and he laughs, revealing that his magic is actually very comforting. With his eyes closed, The hero confesses that he also finds it strange, as he's never considered himself a warm person. Arriving at the location, he sees slimes on the wall and says that mindless creatures follow their survival instincts. The girl ignores this and asks if he thinks there's a dangerous monster hidden at the end of that hallway. The young man walks among the green slimes, urging her to hurry, and the mage tells him to stop giving orders at once. Entering the large energy chamber, they are faced with countless glowing threads of magic scattered everywhere. They are shocked by a huge, glowing cocoon, and the hero reveals it's a silkworm that feeds on mana. The young man deduces the creature was attracted by the energy, and the girl gets scared, asking if it's still going to hatch. The young man explains that it's metamorphosing, and the woman understands that this was causing the recent blackouts. The hero tries to calm the situation, saying that the elder could solve the problem in a mere 5 seconds. But the bad news is that the creature feels an insatiable hunger and will want to devour everything in its path. Suddenly, a loud noise startles the mage, and the hero warns that the giant creature is already tearing through the cocoon. The young man tells her to get ready to fight, and the woman despairs at its size, asking if the thing flies. The monster finally opens its enormous wings, and the mage lets out a scream of terror upon seeing that the beast can indeed fly. The woman covers her eyes in disgust, begging to flee, but the young man warns that the creature would harm everyone in the city. The mage covers her face in fear but states that they need to stop that monster one way or another. The hero sighs and moves forward, telling her to stay back while he watches her very carefully. He's moved that she's trying to protect him, and quickly prepares a small communication spell. The young man hopes the coachman is still outside to receive the message and call for reinforcements. But the irritated girl creates a huge magic circle and tells the darn insect not to underestimate her. With that, she unleashes immense wind pressure that slams the giant monster against the wall. Without wasting time, the young woman uses magic to propel herself and creates gigantic wind hands in the air. She smiles confidently, thinking she has won, and prepares to attack the beast directly. However, the mage becomes completely desperate upon noticing something approaching her at high speed. Just then, the hero pulls the girl by her coat and uses his own wind magic to save her instantly. A strong, greenish energy begins to emanate from the boy's hand as he casts his spell. He explains that the beast spreads an invisible and deadly powder that melts anything it touches on contact. The young man warns that she almost perished, and that the darn insect is much smarter than it looks. The woman asks how he noticed the attack, and the young man says he concentrated mana in his own eyes. The girl is shocked by the young man's absurd ability and questions if that's even possible. He confirms it, but the beast roars again, and the hero suggests they create a strong wind shield. The immense flying monster then fires a devastating energy blast in their direction. They quickly raise a massive wind barrier to defend themselves from the lightning fast impact. The young man reflects that he lost almost all his mana in the defense and won't be able to block another attack. He warns his colleague that they have only 5 minutes to act and take down the creature before the next blast. But the mage looks at the large wound on her leg and realizes with horror that she can no longer move. She notices that some deadly shrapnel from the attack pierced the shield and hit her leg squarely. The woman tells the hero to flee alone so he won't be finished there and promises to buy him some time. However, the young man stares intently at the girl's desperate face and calls her a big liar. He says he can clearly see the air trembling around her because of her immense terror. With that, the young man gently places his hand on the young mage's head to try to calm her down. He asks her not to be so afraid, because he would never leave her behind in that place. The hero stands up with his hand on a weapon and guarantees that mages from his tower never abandon an alley. Using his little remaining mana, the hero casts an acceleration spell and charges forward at high speed. The girl screams in desperation as the young man jumps, trying to end the fight in a single attack. She calls her colleague crazy and is in shock, trying to understand the brave hero's reckless plan. The young woman sheds tears of frustration, thinking her irresponsible companion is going to be lost in vain. Using her wind hands, the woman grabs him in mid-air and shouts furiously, forbidding the young man from perishing there. The hero floats right above the monster and thanks the heavens for bringing his secret weapon. Flipping upside down, the young man draws an imposing pistol and aims it right at the darn insect. He then bids the massive creature farewell and pulls the trigger, firing an incredible blast of energy. The giant insect lets out a deafening cry of pain as it's hit squarely by the powerful attack. The hero suffers from the weapon's brutal recoil and notices he failed to hit the enemy beast's head. At that exact moment, the young man's blue eyes widen with the terrible surprise he just had. The young man panics completely upon seeing that the monster's deadly light attack has already recharged. In that moment, a gigantic pillar of light explodes upward, destroying everything in its path. The hero falls through the air and realizes that the massive creature was actually planning to escape from the beginning. He then deduces that the flying beast cannot be allowed to escape and must be stopped immediately. But the big problem is that the young man no longer has enough mana to pursue that monster. With that, he spots the mysterious, glowing magical threads of the silkworm floating in the air. Without wasting time, the young man stretches out his arm and launches himself toward the strong, suspended line. The warrior's hand firmly grabs the thin energy cord, feeling a tremendous jolt. The young man swings through the skies while his colleague screams in desperation, asking if he's lost his mind. The girl panics completely, wanting to know why the madman would grab onto that bizarre thing. But the fearless hero ignores the screams and uses the strong momentum to soar high at great speed. The gigantic abomination continues flying toward the clouds, letting out sharp roars and fleeing the battle. The insect notices the hero's rapid approach, while the woman below complains that she's going to be sick. The creature becomes furious with the pursuit and decides to fire a brutal attack backward at once. With a shrill roar, the abomination opens its immense and terrifying mouth full of sharp teeth. The young man suffers from the strong impact of the wind and complains about the whiny attitude of that annoying creature. At that moment, the young man points his powerful weapon and asks if the beast knows why we have two hands. He then lets go of the thin energy cord, opening his free hand to begin the final move. The warrior uses the force of gravity and falls, aiming directly at the creature's strange, open mouth. With a smile, the hero fires a little attack right into the monster's center, saying he only has one head. The young man's face shows a look of extreme confidence as he declares that this victory is already his. A huge explosion tears the beast apart from the inside out while the victor begins to fall through the air. The protagonist plummets in freefall with a dirty face, calmly calling his partner's name. He warns that he's out of magic and asks the mage to save him from becoming a pancake on the hard ground. The young partner panics and quickly casts a wind spell to try to cushion his fall. Two gigantic, greenish hands of energy gently catch the young man's body, saving his life. The woman runs to the soft landing spot and calls out to her colleague lying there, screaming to ask if he's alive. The skilled warrior remains sprawled with his eyes closed, giving the mage a terrible scare. Annoyed, the girl slaps the slacker's face, making him wake up with a groan. The young woman then angrily punches her colleague in the face, complaining about the huge scare he gave her. The old man runs over in a panic, wanting to know if they're okay, while the young man says he's been hurt. The gentleman is shocked by the dislocated arms, but the hero quickly accuses his colleague of assaulting him. The next day, the Grand Tower awakens with a buzz as everyone talks about the morning paper. The young man is now resting in his room and comments to his partner that the journalists were quite fast. Reading the article about his great deeds, he confesses that being a hero doesn't excite him as much anymore. The mage says it brings fame and money, but soon states she prefers to just take care of her own things. The young man praises her humility, but suddenly the bedroom door is thrown open with great force. A blue-haired boy enters in a panic, wanting to know the condition of his sick friend in bed. The newcomer confirms he finished his training and came running upon hearing about the dangerous battle. The rookie finds the protagonist's exhaustion strange, but the experienced hero just cracks a smile. The sick young man states that the blue-haired boy's gaze has improved and now calls him a great level 4 mage. The mage scolds her rookie friend, asking why he's acting so familiar. The confused boy states that they are close, and the irritated girl yells that it has only complicated her life. But the young woman sighs, giving up the fight, and soon changes the subject, calling for her partner lying in bed. The hero responds promptly while his partner observes him intently. Wanting to clear up a certain doubt, she asks if her colleague is part of a secret group, and the confused young man asks what that would be. The girl notices her friend's confusion and simply decides to drop the strange subject for now. At that moment, the Tower Master enters the room, smiling to see all three of them reunited. The man informs them that the Vice Master wants to see the pair to evaluate their training and congratulate them on the mission. The rookie smiles excitedly, confirming the order, while the young mage just listens to everything in complete silence. The pair leaves the room, and the experienced master approaches the bed, wanting to know about the young man's physical condition. The gentleman is very relieved by the improvement and soon places a small red box in the warrior's hands. Opening the object, the hero finds the creature's glowing core, in addition to receiving the mystical threads. The young man is shocked by the enormous value of the items and discovers that the Vice Master deemed him worthy of the prize. The gentleman also reveals that his mission partner gave up her share of the rewards, thinking it was fair for the young man to have it. With a smile, the warrior accepts the gift and immediately announces he will consume the glowing core right there. Far away, two men talk during the night, sealing a long agreement to help the famous royal family. Just then, the dark-haired subject activates his magical eye ability to investigate the traces left behind. The investigator analyzes the old combat zone, observing the immense currents of energy floating around. The assistant comments on the pair that was at the location fighting, and his partner confirms the strange story. Stopping his walk suddenly, the powerful investigator praises the violent scene, stating he's impressed. He approaches a wall, carefully examining the remnants of the giant cocoon left by the monster. The man deduces that the enormous mass of power was the silkworm reacting strongly to the first magical attack. Evaluating the fight through the large remnants, he concludes that the mages showed good agility. However, the partner mage ended up losing her calm in battle and injured her own leg during the confrontation. The skilled agent stares into the darkness, trying to understand who finished off the powerful, deadly flying monster. He is startled by a subtle line on the ground, finding it impossible for someone to move without leaking constant energy. The mysterious subject follows the hero's incredibly clean footsteps and praises the perfect technique. Suddenly, the focused inspector finds a small bullet casing lying in the middle of all the destruction. Picking up the golden object, he deduces with astonishment that one of the mages attacked using an absurd custom weapon. The expert follows the bright magical trail up the walls, shocked by the probable madness that occurred. A huge bluish aura shows that the unknown warrior pursued the fleeing beast straight into the sky. The agent praises all the immense bravery shown, and the assistant points out that the partner is a level 4. The inspector is impressed, thinking the woman handled almost everything herself, but his colleague makes a confused face. The assistant quickly corrects the story, saying that the monster actually fell at the hands of the rookie himself. Along with the explanation, he provides the name of the young prodigy, leaving the royal agent very intrigued. The man is simply shocked to find that a novice warrior left such a lethal trail. But then the experienced tracker recalls that this exact, strange name sounds very familiar to him. In that instant, his memories show newspapers about the healing boy who ended the royal plague. The inspector questions his companion, who soon confirms the true identity, praising all his feats. The astute expert finally recognizes the old firearm used, concluding that the boy is full of mysteries. The investigator is amazed that a rookie could handle the kickback from firing such a heavy weapon. He then asks his assistant to share more details about what kind of person this young warrior is. The young man is now observing a damaged old book, wanting to know why things are in such a state. The hero explores the library and notices that the place looks more like an abandoned second-hand bookstore than a great archive. He remembers that the place was supposed to house centuries of magical history and valuable books with immense power. Holding an ancient book, the warrior laments that the place looks more like a children's reading room. Looking around, he thinks that all that vast knowledge was lost overnight. The young man confesses that he never would have imagined being the true cause of so much destruction in that room. But with a serious look, the hero seems very confident about a certain event from the past. He recalls that before carrying out the violent purge on the old continent about 20 years ago, the hero states that he ordered his ally to make countless copies of all the old materials from there. Walking down the hallway, the warrior doesn't understand how his loyal companion simply vanished from the map. The young man knows it's impossible for her to abandon her duties due to her extreme dedication to her work. With that, he decides to look for his old partner himself to finally recover the advanced spells. The young man then approaches a dedicated librarian who was organizing the old shelves in the back. He greets the employee, asking for any new books on the great dragons from the last few decades. The woman smiles kindly and immediately comes down from the ladder, confirming she has the materials the hero is looking for. The young man is more relieved to notice that the tower was still investing in new knowledge despite the crisis. The librarian walks over, pulling out 3 options from the shelves, and hands them excitedly to the quiet warrior. But the young man loses hope upon realizing that all the options look like just little storybooks. The woman highly recommends a read, showing a childish tale about a great hero and cowardly lizards. She details the tragic story of sacrifice, but the warrior soon pleads for true accounts. The young woman states there's nothing technical there and suggests he go to the Grand Archive in the capital. However, the librarian soon recalls the famous myth about a creature that supposedly fought alongside humans. The woman deduces that the mythical companion just ran away in the end, but the hero seriously denies this silly theory. The young man holds onto the memory of his old friend, stating that she had a total hatred for cowards. The warrior realizes the complexity and reflects that he needs to come up with a better plan to find her soon. The next day, the tower master meets with her vice master, smiling with relief for having paid off old debts. The old man also joins them, and the 3 celebrate the great relief this recent gain has brought. The blonde man then reports that the apprentices refused outside offers, preferring to remain loyal to the current tower. The old man greatly wishes to reward all this loyalty as soon as they find the powerful lost magics from there. He blames himself for not having studied, but the leader comforts him, saying there's a natural limit to learning. The elder sighs, as when the beautiful woman took the current throne, she had only half a dozen spells. The blonde man recalls that 2 decades ago, they mastered an absurd amount of powerful magical techniques. The gentleman sips his old tea, lamenting that the famous captain of the royalty has no desire to ever return. Apparently, the man holds important secrets and promised not to return before completing his great mission. With that, the leader suggests changing the subject, warning of the feared threat of a cruel northern assassin. The woman considers creating a strict curfew, and this catches the surprised blonde man's attention. The man questions the place's leader, who reveals, frightened, that the recruit has set off for the dangerous region. The vice master goes into a complete panic, demanding they bring the rookie back, but he already left hours ago. The desperate old man orders them to contact the local branch to send the young man back immediately. The vice master argues that the warrior is still just an inexperienced mage who needs a lot of protection now. Far away, the young hero walks, quite enchanted by the large, illuminated city full of beautiful buildings. He reflects that everything was just an empty desert decades ago, before the huge casinos took over the place. The young man tries to find his way in the dark alleys, but notices the drastic changes have left him very lost. Just then, the confused warrior hears a mysterious voice suddenly sound from behind him, breaking the silence. A strange, Silver-haired man reveals himself and darkly informs him that he was waiting for him there. The dangerous assassin then utters the protagonist's full name, casting a very intimidating glance. The young man asks what happens if he decides to refuse, and the scoundrel immediately threatens to take him by force. The hero lets out a slight sigh, commenting that he has no choice but to fight for his life right there. In the blink of an eye, the assassin lunges forward, delivering a violent flying kick straight at the young man. But the powerful enemy attack is promptly blocked by the two firm arms of the strong young rookie. The silver-haired man retreats, impressed to see that his lightning-fast strike was perfectly defended. The young man reflects, startled, on how a simple kick without magic broke his high durability shield. The bandit attacks fiercely, time and again, while the hero dodges, knowing full well he can't let his guard down. The aggressor's heavy leg tears through the strong night wind with frightening brutality. The villain suddenly retreats, confused upon seeing a harmless crushed can flying right at him. However, the suspicious object reveals itself to be a large bomb, exploding fiercely and generating a devastating force. The aggressor doesn't even blink, taking the full, brutal impact of the explosion right in the face. The large flames engulf the bandit's body, who soon lets out a tremendous, guttural scream, burning in pain. The stunned enemy falls to his knees on the ground, completely smoky and dizzy from the severe damage. Without giving an opening, the agile hero rushes forward to violently pull on the scoundrel's dark clothes. The boy uses his entire body's momentum to throw the silver-haired warrior with abnormal force. The strong villain plummets heavily, his back slamming into the hard alley floor with a loud groan. Observing his opponent sprawled on the ground, the astute warrior seriously wonders if he underestimated him. But the resilient man gets up slowly, praising the kid's incredible physical strength. Absolutely furious, the bandit assumes a new combat stance, vowing to fight now using all his power. The powerful rookie isn't even fazed by the serious threat, telling the loudmouth to stop bluffing. At that exact moment, the agile assassin lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with incredible, lethal speed. The hero jumps back, startled, upon noticing the terrible and sudden lightning-fast movement of the fierce aggressor. The young man quickly realizes that the dark technique is not a mere spell, but a powerful acceleration boost. The villain leftly reappears before the boy, who prepares his arms, trying to react as quickly as possible. But the enemy's leg strikes faster, landing a hard, painful kick that sends the mage flying into the sky. The young man can't avoid the tremendous impact, his back slamming hard against the high brick wall. The merciless man observes his injured opponent lying on the hard ground, calmly questioning if the target is still alive. The villain concludes his superiority, while the sprawled warrior scoffs that the paltry attack didn't even hurt. The man focuses sinister energy in his hand, proudly announcing he will end the fight with the next move. Totally confident, the warrior provokes his rival, calling him to battle, saying he doesn't need to see him. The young man uses his mystical vision to follow the enemy's magic, asking for permission to reveal all his vast power. The prodigy concentrates powerful water in his hands, invoking a lethal secret technique in a potent and beautiful punch. The hero attacks, and a sound of waves emerges as the assassin jumps back, startled, trying to dodge the lethal blow. The young man punches the air, and the enemy is confused, thinking the mage has just given up the intense battle. But a greenish force hits the villain squarely from behind, leaving him completely surprised. The silver-haired aggressor suffers great internal damage and ends up spitting a lot of blood, feeling immense pain. The powerful, invisible impact then hurls the bandit far away with tremendous, devastating force. The criminal's body flies through the air and slams violently against a large green dumpster in the dark alley. The defeated man coughs weakly, lying in the trash, while the victor warns that his organs were damaged in the attack. The young man approaches, and his rival questions the trick, receiving the answer that it was resonance. This strong magic creates a large wind wave that vibrates at the exact frequency of the injured target's body. As soon as this invisible vibration hits the subject, it causes lethal destruction to their internal parts. The boy details that this powerful Eastern technique consists of piercing barriers to hit the core. The loser reflects on his rival's strength, noting that they seem to have faced each other in the past. The mage soon confirms they fought many times, and the silver-haired villain doesn't understand, wanting to know the exact location. The young man reveals the confrontations took place in the tower's arena, and this leaves the hitman quite confused now. The injured man demands to know who sent the kid, and the hero reveals the name of the place's vice leader. The shocked hunter details the orders about a rescue mission against a dangerous mage hunter. The silver-haired man complains that the young man should have told him the orders right away, but the hero says he tried to. The boy complains about the threat he received, and the fallen man claims he was given permission to use all necessary force. Totally frustrated, the mage holds his head, complaining that this crazy guy doesn't know how to communicate properly. But the young protagonist realizes that this irritating way of speaking sounds very familiar to his old mind. He then asks for the enemy's name, and the silver-haired man proudly introduces himself as a great warrior. Hearing that surname from the forest leaves the strong mage completely shocked. Not wanting to believe it, the young man asks about an old acquaintance, and the proud man soon confirms he is that person's son. The injured man still brags about his father's old alliances, leaving our hero with a huge deadpan expression. The memories show a strong warrior wearing a lion's pelt, who was one of the protagonist's greatest friends. The hero recalls that his old companion was also a huge idiot when it came to communicating back in the day. Covering his face in shame, the young man realizes he has beaten up his own loyal partner's son. The silver-haired man now sits outside the trash, warning of a serious problem, and the boy readily agrees. The warrior finds the boy's sadness strange, since he was the only one who suffered severe damage in the violent combat. The strong man ignores all his pain, informing him that the real problem is not being able to complete a side job. The boy apologizes for what happened, and the fighter tells him to take over the mission to avoid losses. Consumed by extreme guilt, the hero accepts the job, not wanting to sink the guy into major debt. The young mage then asks what the job would be, and the injured man just points a finger, showing the exact location. They observe a gigantic illuminated poster showing a famous and beautiful girl with pink hair. The important mission is to protect the celebrity, so the hero, well disguised, knocks on the door of a fancy hotel. A woman asks the visitor's identity, and the boy in the suit uses the exact name of his fallen opponent. The famous singer's serious manager opens the door, politely greeting the fake bodyguard. The woman comments that he looks different from the rumors, and the mage invents that it must be because of the clothes. They enter the room, and the dedicated professional tells the lazy star to get off the couch immediately. The beautiful, pink-haired girl turns enchanted, looking at her new and very handsome bodyguard. The fake bodyguard looks at everyone neutrally and asks if anyone else is in the luxurious room. The beautiful, pink-haired girl introduces herself, all smiles, with a super-friendly aura in the room. The disguised hero says his fake name, sits on the couch, and asks for just a harmless glass of water. The beautiful idol thanks him for accepting the mission, even though he's a guy with a huge success rate. The young mage calmly reflects on the identity of the famous client sitting in front of him. He remembers that the girl appeared out of nowhere, becoming a musical legend, and he asks her something quite bold. The young man expected someone more shallow, but the idol asks, smiling, if he's a very responsible man. The bodyguard nods, remembering that he took over the mission from a colleague who is extremely devoted to his friends. The cute singer smiles relieved, revealing that she finds responsible people very cool and super trustworthy. The warrior finds the subject a bit random, while the woman's manager serves drinks to the two of them. The pink-haired girl takes a long sip of water, and the employee announces she will explain all the mission details. The woman asks the hero to protect the talented client from some terrible attempts on her life. The woman in the tie reports that the singer constantly receives threats to cancel her big show. The disguised mage analyzes the tense situation, wanting to know if they have already discovered who is behind the threats. The woman shows a photo of the suspect, and the boy asks why they don't report this to the media. The woman sighs in frustration, remembering that the city's great leader was recently taken out at his home. The photo shows a red-haired woman, the sole heir of the strong candidate for the current local government. Because of this, the corrupt newspapers ignore the singer's pleas, as the villain has immense money and power. The hero understands the drama, knowing very well that it's impossible to fight against the city's millionaires alone. But the attentive warrior asks what the spoiled rival singer will gain from the show's cancellation. The sad, pink-haired girl reports that it's all about the famous and gigantic venue scheduled for the event. The mage is surprised, and the dedicated manager asks if he knows the fame of that monumental stadium. The excited employee explains that singing there guarantees a passport to the emperor's biggest festival. The hero imagines the huge stadium, knowing that few people in the world get to step on that stage. The singer sighs anxiously, stating that this grand performance is the biggest event of her entire life. The warrior then asks how many other bodyguards the woman hired, wanting to plan his strategy. The mage is confused when the manager says that no other mercenary guild accepted this request. The young man takes a sip of water, breaking into a cold sweat as he realizes he'll have to look after thousands of people alone. The disguised hero puts the glass down on the table, timidly asking about the high fee for refusal. He closes his eyes, suggesting they cancel everything, and internally cursing his partner for this mess. The young man looks at everyone with a serious posture, not wanting to risk his life on such a dangerous job. A dense, dark aura covers the disappointed girl, as that event is her one and only great dream. The mage freezes, recalling that the cancellation fee is nearly $1 million, which would leave him in total poverty. Completely enraged, the young woman yells at the bodyguard, pulling her hair and reminding him of the promise he made. The girl freaks out, breaking the magical illusion and revealing a beautiful, very angry blonde with pointed ears. The mage extends his arm, startled by the sudden revelation in the long, messy blonde strands. The cute singer shows a new, impatient face, and the shocked warrior notices she is not human. Legends say that mystical mermaids enchant everyone and transform their old tails into legs. The angry blonde lunges at the young man, who blocks the attack with his hand, not caring about her species. The young man concludes with surprise the real reason there's a giant white bathtub right in the middle of the room. The manager explains that the young woman is half mermaid, able to live on land without suffering major consequences. The mage then understands the whole complex situation, perfectly grasping the exact origin of the beautiful young woman. The memories show that these beautiful creatures often form strategic marriages with humans, but unfortunately, they end up passing away from longing for the sea, leaving their poor, mixed-race children abandoned, totally irritated. The blonde woman states that her parents love each other very much and are still alive, shattering the harsh theories. The disguised young man sighs with relief at the good news, but turns his face away, stating he still refuses the mission. He emphasizes the huge risks of the event, but the singer guarantees the large audience will be fully protected. The girl states she's willing to risk her life for the show, leaving her loyal manager completely distressed. The blonde woman recounts the immense difficulties she has faced in recent years, focusing only on that grand stage. Seeing all that strong determination, the young bodyguard tries to understand the real reason behind this desire. With a very sad look, the young woman reveals that her father has contracted the terrible seasickness and has little time left. She details a legendary and healing magic potion capable of saving the poor, sick man's life. The singer clenches her teeth, stating she needs to get the vial at any cost. At that important stadium, the woman in the tie explains that a beautiful performance guarantees the valuable potion from the local emperor. The mage sits on the couch, analyzing the whole complicated situation and the healing properties of the mystical liquid. The beautiful girl confesses she created this complex plan because singing is her only true natural skill. The young man looks at the young woman with a serious expression, reflecting deeply on her strong and pure determination. He closes his eyes, admitting he can't understand these deep feelings, having grown up alone. But soon, memories of a dear master from the past surface in his mind, making him rethink the matter. Remembering the old man, the strong warrior understands the enormous sacrifice made to save an important person. With that, the disguised hero gets up from the couch and asks if he can visit the immense and awaited stadium now. The bodyguard decides to test the location security, wanting to ensure the gigantic audience remains unharmed. The blue-eyed blonde is extremely surprised to hear the calm professional's new and bold orders. The mage gives a slight smile and cheerfully calls for the two women to conduct the rehearsal on the scheduled big stage. Far away, at the rival singer's house, a mysterious woman holds a glass of wine on a beautiful city night. The beautiful, purple-haired villain comments indignantly on her rival's stubbornness, wanting to sing until her end. The elegant woman drinks her fancy beverage while her subordinate approaches, reporting some strange news. The servant reports that the target left the hotel in the company of a new and mysterious bodyguard, drawing attention. The malicious wretch woman finds the hiring strange and orders them to find out all the skills of that man in the suit. The loyal servant, with a malicious little smile, agrees with the macabre plan and goes to hunt for information on the rookie. Meanwhile, the cute pink-haired singer firmly grabs her new protector's arm, completely tense about the location. The small group walks through the empty and colossal stadium while the young man plans the best way to keep watch. The mage confirms the perfection of the grandstand's large magical barrier and confirms he will accept the job. The young pink-haired woman celebrates the good news with great cuteness as they walk along the illuminated city sidewalks. The curious idol asks the young man if that short inspection on the field was enough for the rehearsal. With a light heart, the beautiful woman shows great relief at finally being able to stroll outside of that room. The bodyguard observes the beautiful and sweet fake smiles that the girl charismatically displays for her fans. Being an excellent employee, the young man in the suit just accepts the hard work, wanting to secure the high payment. At that exact moment, the warrior's sharp vision detects two hidden, very dangerous presences following them. Without raising much suspicion, the astute mage makes a discreet signal, indicating the presence of assassins. Just then, two men fall, having met their end, on the large stone balcony, bleeding profusely from the head in a dark alley. The disguised hero observes the starry night from the high balcony, ignoring the hidden dangers there. He decides to spare the two girls from that terrible scene, walking calmly in front of them now. Meanwhile, the envious rival singer gets out of the bath, asking if the hired hitmen have been dealt with. The loyal, short-haired employee confirms the sad loss of her great henchman to her boss. The images show the brutal and fatal round wounds right in the middle of the weak criminals' foreheads. With a calculating look, the beautiful villain understands that the pink-haired girl has found a very skilled bodyguard. With that, the socialite takes off her robe, ordering her assistant to get the fancy car ready to leave. The redhead displays a very malicious look, revealing her great desire to bribe the mysterious bodyguard. But far away in the luxurious dining room of a grand hotel, our young mage praises the decoration. The young man is amazed by the fancy food, and the gentle singer kindly offers to help him. But the bodyguard warns the woman to be extremely careful with the hidden listening devices in that fancy place. He reveals he has broken the listening spells, and the manager notices that the pink-haired girl is much more relaxed. The singer blushes, turning her face away, and the protagonist pops a delicious meatball into his mouth to try it. Savoring the good food, the young man recalls having eaten this exact meal many times in his old battles. The blonde woman is surprised by the account, doubting that a simple, poor mage could eat so well. At that exact moment, the gigantic door of the place suddenly opens, interrupting the three's conversation. An old, mustached employee enters the beautiful room, bringing the dangerous disguised woman with him. The calm gentleman attends to the pink-haired girl with great care, recommending she eat plenty of the beautiful meals. But the strange woman in dark glasses announces that she has already paid the entire bill and flashes a huge, fake smile. The manager says that the wealthy rival singer just wanted to pay a simple visit to the great newcomer. With that, the kind old man bows politely and quietly exits, closing the heavy wooden door. Completely tense from the dreaded, unwanted visit, the cute girl loses all her appetite. The purple-haired villain suggests that the pink-haired girl leave alone, leaving her strong bodyguard in that room. The young singer becomes furious and immediately accuses her rival of trying to steal her wonderful bodyguard. Being very shameless, the rich woman agrees and offers 10 times more money to buy the guy's loyalty. The mermaid tries to defend her ally's great honor, but the villain just emphasizes the enormous value of the offer. Hearing such a juicy proposal leaves the disguised blonde completely perplexed and open-mouthed. The malicious woman does the math, explaining that this salary would easily cover the huge costs of the fine. Our clever protagonist smiles, correcting the amount and demanding an frighteningly immense fortune from the rich woman, filling the entire place with her enormous greed. The malevolent woman asks if the young man is kidding her. Consumed by pure and genuine anger, the curly-haired socialite threatens the calm mage sitting there. She then removes her dark glasses with great swagger, wanting to know the identity of that audacious young man. The young hero flashes a small, charming smile, revealing his famous fake name to the woman. The villain puts the frames back on her face, calling the boy an amateur for spreading dangerous information. But the warrior doesn't care in the slightest and simply opens the large door, wanting to escape from the annoying woman. The rich, purple-haired woman becomes very angry and clenches her fists, finding the rookie an arrogant guy. Her immense pride wounded, the socialite shouts, ordering her assistant to summon a dangerous clan. However, a mysterious man in a suit appears at the door, stopping the small group and saying it won't be necessary. The man in the tie reveals himself as an Eastern hitman, announcing he has been following the new target for a while. The fake waiter flashes his badge with a cynical look, saying he has full access to the luxurious place. The purple-haired man reveals that the big plan has changed while his partner follows orders. At this, the arrogant assassin presses the elevator button, drawing the rich woman's attention. He recalls the old mission to take out the manager and silence the talented singer forever. The large doors close as the mysterious criminal announces they need to eliminate one more. The socialite loves to hear that the target is now the bodyguard, wishing for a demise full of suffering. The Eastern hitman details his plan to enter, with the stage crew waiting in the large dome. The arrogant woman in glasses trusts the man, ordering only that the terrible job be done. Consumed by pure hatred, the rival singer vows to punish the pink-haired girl and the meddling bodyguard. The envious woman displays a diabolical look, vowing to show them exactly the high price of this great offense. Far away, our astute hero walks down the hallway, revealing he overheard the entire plan. He brags about spreading his discreet magic, finding it incredible that the spy didn't notice the spell. The mage returns and breaks the tense atmosphere, calling the girls to rest for the awaited show. But the experienced young man notices that the beautiful singer is still standing there and finds her attitude strange. The pink-haired girl recalls the tempting, $1 million offer made by her cruel and very envious enemy. She questions if the hero acts only for money, and he confirms it outright, making the young woman angry. The gentle warrior recalls the mermaid's beautiful wish to save her father, wishing her the best of luck. At that moment, the mage remembers his beloved master, lamenting not having had the chance to save him. The painful memories show the old, destroyed world, bringing a gigantic tightness to his chest. He then advises the beautiful singer to do everything she can now, so she won't have regrets later. The sweet girl gets very emotional from the beautiful words of encouragement, thanking him from the heart. The beautiful woman holds back her tears and turns her back, while the bodyguard watches her very calmly. The next day, a crowd gathers excitedly at the gigantic dome for the awaited concert. Backstage, it's a huge rush as an employee goes around cleaning the bustling venue. One of the bosses complains loudly about a rookie's tardiness, focusing on the large bathroom doors. One stall has an out-of-order sign hiding the true and dark threat inside. The purple-haired hitman holds the target's photo, realizing the time to act has finally come. He complains about his legs being numb from being locked in there all day and needs to hurry. The henchman opens the small door, grumbling that he's only making this sacrifice for the huge reward. Walking through the bathroom, he absent-mindedly thinks about his partner, but soon notices something very strange. He comes face to face with our hero, calmly washing his hands in the large bathroom mirror. The assassin's eyes widen in astonishment at coming face to face with the feared target at the worst possible moment. He anxiously reflects on the chance to attack, listing all the mage's great abilities. Being very cautious, the purple-haired man retreats, deciding to find his partner first to avoid mistakes. But his sharp eyes notice the calluses on the strong warrior's fingers as he holds the doorknob. The experienced criminal quickly deduces that the enemy is a master at throwing weapons. The hero glares through the mirror, realizing at once that this strange guy is the famous hitman. The henchman breaks into a cold sweat, noticing he's been discovered, and hesitates, not knowing whether to attack or run. Being agile, the mage confirms the bad intentions and fires a lethal magical attack with his hand. The luminous spell flies at an absurd speed, while the henchman is in total desperation. The mage shoots a powerful, bright pink magic at the enemy in a very devastating attack. The purple-haired villain realizes with a start that it wasn't a common spell, but pure mana. The agile hero dodges the enemy's attack, while the cruel bandit quickly draws a sharp dagger. The assassin throws hundreds of poison needles, thinking it's impossible for the bodyguard to dodge them all. But our astute warrior floats in the air using wind magic, dodging all the blows. The purple-haired henchman thinks he's won and smiles, relieved, admitting he's weak in close combat. He observes the bodyguard's fallen body on the floor and scoffs, calling him an inexperienced kid. Being cautious, the criminal pulls out his strong knife, wanting to ensure his great rival's end. The bandit attacks with all his might, but the cruel blow ends up hitting something very hard with a great impact. The knife's strong blade simply breaks in half, and the assassin doesn't understand why. The hitman tries to pierce the hero's neck without success, and soon hears an unmistakable sound. The tip of the knife breaks, crashing directly against a powerful, invisible wind barrier. The purple-haired man's eyes widen in a cold sweat as he realizes all his poisoned weapons have failed. The fallen hero points a strange weapon directly at the henchman's chest, praising his wisdom. The young mage sits on the floor, revealing he has covered his entire body with strong protective magic. The assassin screams in panic, thinking it's an immense madness impossible for a human to do. Without any pity, the bodyguard shoots the enemy in the head, and a huge trail of blood paints the wall. Meanwhile, the large audience waits anxiously in the stands with 1 minute left until the event. The dedicated fans shout euphorically, waving their lights, happy for the arrival of the beloved show. The beautiful pink-haired girl appears on the immense stage, shining intensely as she lets out her enchanting voice. In the old backstage area, the other hitman brother waits, sitting impatiently for his ally's long delay. The powerful assassin of the Empire fears that something bad has happened to his henchman in the bathroom, but the purple-haired man soon hears the unmistakable footsteps of his faithful partner walking down the hall. The ninja jumps down from the boxes, relieved, demanding an answer from his ally for taking so long on the job. The man with his back turned just ignores his colleague and continues walking aimlessly, leaving the hitman very annoyed. The brother grabs the henchman's shoulder, telling him to stop, and notices he's wearing the hero's white overcoat. The man turns around, revealing his true face, leaving the ninja shocked to see the bodyguard there. The mage gives a slight, dark smile, finally confirming the exact location of the other dangerous criminal. The purple-haired man becomes furious and asks how the meddling bodyguard dared to imitate his beloved brother's steps. The hero explains that it's basic against hitmen, and the villain asks how his brother met his end. The henchman hears about the shot and sighs, a little relieved that his relative didn't feel much pain in the end. The mage finds the guy's coldness strange, and the villain replies that every assassin's fate is their end. The bandit reveals he doesn't want to retire but rather focus on recruitment for a large organization. The hero smiles, excited for the fight, but his opponent says the old tower isn't so strong anymore. The purple-haired man scoffs at the mage's ignorance, and his dark body begins to emit a macabre energy. An absurd, dark purple aura engulfs the hitman, warning that the hero needs to be strong to survive. The mage notices the unused daggers, realizing the pure, deadly poison contained in that strange enemy magic. The villain throws a strong, fast, toxic sphere, and it hits, tearing through the hard structure of the environment. The attack explodes, spreading a thick, suffocating purple poisonous gas, covering the large walls. The cruel hitman observes the poisonous damage done to the wall and questions the damage to a human body. The hitman launches the purple poisonous sphere from behind the hero, trying for a quick surprise attack, but the agile mage easily dodges the spell, while the villain claims he forgot to give a warning. The bandit then says the poison works through the air, but the young man replies that he knew that from the start. The braided hitman finds his rival's calmness strange, questioning if the boy is immune to poisons. The hero denies immunity, explaining that he just used his pure mana to block the toxic air from entering. The villain asks how he can breathe, and the warrior reveals he is generating oxygen within his own body. With that, the henchman prepares another attack and concludes with a smile that his brother's demise was no accident. The astute young man focuses mana in his eyes, reading the enemy's poisonous blasts to prepare his defense. The hitman then fires potent, purple poisonous whips using a brutal, lethal acceleration magic. The bodyguard maintains a firm and very confident gaze, planning to break through the attack in one go. In the blink of an eye, the hero charges forward, tearing through the air and passing right by the hitman, who is very surprised. The bandit praises the mage's high speed, while pointing a firearm at our hero's stomach. He presses the dark barrel of the weapon right against the young man's neck, showing no mercy. The thick weapon fires fiercely, releasing a tremendous and dangerous blast of dark poison at point-blank range. But the warrior raises his own arm, using his coat sleeve to absorb the strong toxic impact. The young man takes a deep breath, commenting that the shot was a close call, while the assassin understands nothing. The villain wonders if the boy melted the dangerous poison bullet, quickly acknowledging the rookie's strength. With a very severe look, the bodyguard pulls the criminal's clothes, revealing he has understood the whole situation. The mage glares at his rival up close, suggesting that his dumb brother took a shot like that before kicking the bucket. The comment irritates the hitman, and he retaliates, landing a strong knee in the hero's stomach. The extreme force of the terrible blow sends the young man straight into the wall, breaking the entire structure. The bodyguard's heavy body plummets from a great height, hitting the hallway stairs hard. His hard back slams into the lobby floor with a groan, but he still holds onto the opponent's weapon. The hitman lands flawlessly on the ground, mocking the intense pain the hero must be feeling now. He notices that the singer's countless fans didn't even hear the enormous noise of the intense battle. The sprawled out mage points the barrel of the stolen weapon in his rival's direction, ignoring the strong pain in his own arm. The hitman tells the young man to stay down, but the warrior refuses, wanting to end the dangerous battle. The warrior pulls the weapon's trigger and fires a powerful, glowing mana bullet across the large hall. The villain easily blocks it using his potent poisonous whips, warning that the shot is useless. But the young man is startled to notice that the weapon's strong toxic smoke has started to melt all the metal. The criminal flashes a proud smile, stating that he has already won, and decides to bid the calm bodyguard farewell. At that exact moment, the hitman's large eyes widen as he hears a loud ringing echoing in his head. The singer lets out her beautiful voice, exciting the fans as various colorful fireworks explode on the gigantic stage. The injured mage lying on the floor flashes a relieved smile, noticing that the girl followed his orders perfectly. A large, greenish hurricane of sound appears, trapping the hitman, who gets scared and curses the mysterious technique. The strong, mystical sound attack affects the villain's senses, causing blood to run from the scoundrel's eyes. The dizzy hitman staggers, dropping the dangerous weapon on the floor, while covering his ears, feeling extreme pain. The rookie sits on the hard floor, sincerely admitting the incredible resistance of the very experienced criminal. The warrior reports that he concentrated the entire audience's screams into a single blow capable of causing internal damage. The defeated hitman falls to his knees, screaming, as the mage confirms his rival's great loss of balance. A sharp purple spear pierces the wall, almost hitting the mage's face, who just watches calmly. The henchman screams in pain as a dense, colorful storm of pure magic massacres his body. Being agile, the seated mage fires a lethal wind bullet, brutally piercing the villain's back. The dangerous Eastern hitman falls face down on the floor, completely defeated and losing the battle. The hero lies on the floor, all banged up, relieved that the beautiful singer remembered the plan perfectly. Memories of the rehearsal show the bodyguard raising a finger, teaching the grand tactic to the woman. The warrior instructs the young woman to set off the fireworks and screams after hearing 2 loud shots. The young man sprawled on the floor looks at the ceiling, stating that the simple strategy worked out very well. The beautiful pink-haired girl sings happily, and colorful fireworks explode on the stage, exciting the entire audience. The mage gets up proudly, mocking the dangerous assassin's lack of combat experience. 3 days later, the young woman lies on the couch and asks very curiously if the hero can walk yet. The singer relaxes and comments that thanks to the great priest, the young mage managed to heal very quickly. The young man says he's not so bad, but the pink-haired girl recalls with a fright that he was on his last legs. The attentive manager appears with a tray and pays the full agreed upon amount with an extra bonus. Holding the money, the hero wishes the girl's father well, who waits with a smile for a good outcome. The singer questions the young man's departure, and he nods, saying he still has things to do in the city. The young blonde woman warns that the rich rival must be absolutely furious and tells him to be careful. With a serene look, the sweet girl states that the strong bodyguard needs to be very alert, but the persistent woman changes the subject, finally demanding the skilled young man's real name. The warrior is startled, noticing that the girl realized his contact lens disguise from the very beginning. He doesn't understand how the rich singer hired a total stranger, even knowing about the lies. The beautiful woman gives a very confident smile, exuding enormous charm and a courageous attitude. The warrior notices that her desperation to save her father was identical to his own great desire from the past. The cute pink-haired girl makes a peace sign, revealing she bet all her chips on the strong bodyguard. The mage sighs, annoyed with the girl's stubbornness, and decides to finally reveal his real identity. The bodyguard looks down, confessing that his real name is actually Oscar Cruziung. The blonde woman's face lights up, stating she knows that exact name from the famous newspaper she read a few days ago. The mage gives a sarcastic smile, mocking that the girl seems very normal offstage. The young woman gets a little angry at the insult, bragging that she's a tremendous, perfect diva when singing at shows. But soon, the talented artist slips on her slippers and praises the glibness of that powerful hero from the tower. The warrior smiles in thanks and says goodbye to the adorable singer, gently shaking her hand. Their joined hands seal the farewell, and the young woman affectionately says he was her best bodyguard. Very far away, the old silver-haired rival excitedly enters the hotel, wanting to gossip with his boss. The beautiful villain smiles gently, asking if her subordinate brought the good news or the bad news first. The subordinate reports the tough end of the old purple-haired ninja, delighting the boss lady who hated the guy. But the mood gets heavy when the silver-haired man fearfully announces that the clan's rookie also kicked the bucket. The feared socialite freezes, completely in shock, not understanding the confusing and tragic information. Completely mad with rage, the boss spreads dark auras, frightening the henchmen present. The subordinate blames it on someone named Killian, stopping the woman in her tracks as she recognizes the surname. The man hands over an old photo, reporting that the target ended up becoming the great rival's bodyguard. The powerful boss glares at the target's photo and confirms with her henchman if that is his brother. The woman is confused and doesn't recognize the man in the photo, wondering who that person could be. With a malicious smile, the woman named Kaya Lockwood realizes that the young man is pretending to be someone's brother. Elsewhere, in the Sweet family mansion, the head asks about the current situation of the Hoover family. Ara's father, named Mark Sweet, hears that the rivals are gathering mercenaries, but they aren't worth the trouble. The assistant agrees and complains that they only lasted 2 years in power but still think they own the place. Mark calls them pathetic fools and asks about the old political rivals' secret documents. The man reports that thanks to the rivals' son's foolishness, they finally discovered the documents. The big boss wants to know if everything will be ready in 2 days, and the henchman promises a fireworks show. The father then remembers the man who made his daughter cry, and the young man quickly asks if it's about Ara Sweet. He explains they are Diva Marine and the so-called Killian from the White Tower, and the boss says to leave the woman alone. He orders them to track the young man and inform him of everything, as he will deal with him after the Hoover family. Elsewhere, the two rivals are annoyed by the young man's audacity and promise harsh revenge. With a dark look, the two villains vow to make those meddlers bitterly regret it. The silver-haired man eats a snack, and the hero tells him to eat a little slower so he doesn't choke. Satisfied, the silver-haired man thanks the hero for finishing the difficult job so well. The young man asks how his friend's body is, and he replies that the wound he inflicted has already healed. The friend tells him to keep the money, because a warrior of the forest never steals another's merit. The silver-haired man asks the young man's destination, and he jokes, wanting to know if he'll be dragged back. The colleague says he already reported to the tower that the hero is much better than him to avoid problems. The young man reveals he is going to the Blood Tower's branch to meet someone there. The colleague warns him to be careful, because he used his name for a noblewoman, and now she might hunt him down. The warrior reacts very calmly, saying he'll have to skip a very interesting job. The friend explains that someone needed help decoding some data for 500,000. The hero agrees with his friend, stating it's not worth the risk for that small amount. The silver-haired man invites him to wait and return together, and the young man finds all that kindness strange. The young man wonders what happened to make his colleague act so strangely. The friend declines because he needs to stay in the city, as the last mission was just a side thing. With a serious look, he reveals that his true mission is to capture the worst traitor of the tribes. He heard rumors that the traitor is in the city, which is why he came, but he can't go into detail. The hero clenches his fist in a sign of support and wishes him good luck in catching the traitor. The young man says goodbye with the traditional tribe greeting, leaving his colleague very surprised. The young man wonders how bad his old personality was, and the silver-haired man demands a farewell. The colleague states that, of course, he will say goodbye and soon prepares to make the traditional gesture. The two do a fist bump and say goodbye, promising to meet again at the Great White Tower. The hero leaves, worried, even as he decided to go to the feared Blood Tower for help. He wonders if the tower's famous tracking can find a dragon like the hidden Edna. Suddenly, his eyes glow intensely as he senses a very powerful presence nearby. The young man is startled to be able to sense a presence of at least level 7 right there. Across the street, a woman in an overcoat emanates an impressive red aura of power. The blonde woman with glasses flashes a confident smile, and a powerful reddish aura completely surrounds her. Our hero's blue eyes widen, shocked by the immense power of the mysterious woman. A large red car speeds down the street, interrupting the eye contact between the two. The crosswalk signal turns for pedestrians, and the powerful woman and her companion cross the street. Standing in the crowd, the young man continues to think about the mysterious and powerful woman he saw. The companion complains that she was easy on his friend, and she replies that the rookie wasn't even an official member. She adds that someone foolish enough to fall to a level 3 mage isn't fit for recruitment. The blonde woman asks her colleague if he could find her if she hid her presence. The man denies it, stating that no level 3 mage on the entire continent could detect her. She then wonders why she felt she made eye contact with the young man and thinks it wasn't her imagination. The woman asks for the target's name, and the henchman replies that it's Oscar Cruzion, the genius of the White Tower. Smiling, the The blonde woman states that he is an interesting guy and that she looks forward to seeing more of him. Our hero finally arrives at his destination and prepares to enter the large establishment. The young man finally arrives at the barren branch of the famous and mysterious Blood Tower. The receptionist asks what he wants, and the hero replies that he is there to find someone. The woman asks if he brought the blood and tells him to go to a room and put the blood in a vial. Following the woman's orders, the young warrior opens the wooden door of the indicated room. Inside the room, the young man prepares to start the search using his friend's blood data. He remembers something important and pulls a glowing green thread of energy from his chest. The thread of energy transforms into a drop of blood on the tip of his finger. He drips the drop into the vial, creating synthetic dragon blood from his own blood. He says that even without the effects of real blood, he can still find her location. The hero leaves the vial on the counter, but the attendant asks him to wait because he can't leave. The woman warns that he can't just leave and needs to choose a plan and pay first. The young man is surprised that they charge for the service, and the woman replies that it's a job. He remembers using the service for free 26 years ago and then chooses the special plan. He comments that the service used to be free, and the woman states that he must be mistaken. The young man says the master of the White Tower told him it was free, and the woman questions him. The receptionist stares at him with an expression of extreme distrust and suspicion on her face. The hero denies any affiliation with a smile, but the woman calls him a liar on the spot. The woman says there's a rule to charge 30% more, and he asks why. She reveals that the former Lord Oscar used the plan 108 times for free and nearly bankrupted them. The woman says the elders still tremble, and if it weren't for the imperial family, they would have gone under. With a look of pure astonishment, the young man realizes it was because of him that the benefit ended. The young man asks the price of the special plan, and the woman replies that it costs 1.5 million bell. The young man is shocked by the amount and asks if he can pay in installments, but the attendant denies it on the spot. He offers to pay 1,100,000 now and the rest later, and she warns she'll only deliver after payment. The woman hands him the contract to sign and informs him that the result will be ready in up to 3 days. Our hero thanks her and then signs the contract to finally begin the search. After settling everything, the young man leaves the room, and the door closes right behind him, sealing the deal. Our hero gives a mischievous smile, seeming to have had a very brilliant idea at that moment. Suddenly, the colleague hears a loud knock on the door and someone shouting his name from outside. Upon opening the door, the silver-haired man is startled to see the young mage standing right in front of him. The young man appears out of breath, and his friend asks what he is doing there so suddenly. Catching his breath, the hero asks his colleague to explain that request in more detail. The two arrive at the Hoover family property, and the young man wonders what is happening. The young man asks for a summary, and his friend explains that the client wanted someone as soon as possible. The warrior concludes that because it was a decoding job, the requirements were very strict. The silver-haired man begins to explain the context, asking if the hero knows who the former mayor was. He says the city has a dark side, with many people suffering from addiction and corruption. The young man understands that the vicious cycle generates money, and his friend reveals that the mayor tried to change that. The silver-haired man reveals that the war on trafficking was a success, reducing consumption by 86%. But the former mayor passed away at home before opening a rehabilitation center for addicts. The friend says some think he was eliminated, while others blame a powerful nobleman. But no one knows the truth, and the young man then asks what kind of data they need to decipher. The colleague explains it's a secret document that the mayor himself encrypted using magic. The hero remembers the Sweet family and questions if they didn't get along with the Hoovers. The silver-haired man denies it, saying Mark Sweet supported the mayor and even led the war on trafficking. Thanks to that, he gained a lot of support and is expected to win the election, which makes the hero rethink him. Sitting on the couch, the two eagerly await the arrival of the mysterious and important client. A boy appears with 2 guards, and the young man is shocked to realize the client was just a child. The boy introduces himself as Jake Hoover, the eldest son of the powerful Hoover family. The hero introduces himself, and upon saying his colleague's name, the boy is shocked by the information. The young Hoover recognizes the name and asks if he is the bodyguard of the famous singer Marin. The boy becomes very excited to learn that the rookie who defeated the Udok brothers is there with him. Jake asks if they know the reason for the job, and the hero's friend panics, not knowing what to do. The young man notices the confusion and decides to take the lead, saying they heard about the job. The boy confirms it and says his father left shocking information in a file that hasn't been opened. The hero asks if he thinks his father's passing is linked to the document, and the boy confirms it. With a curious look, the young warrior asks the reason for the little one's certainty. The boy explains that after his father's passing, he invited several famous mages to help with the mission. But strange things happened to all of them on their way to the city, like car accidents. Bridges mysteriously collapsed, and some were even attacked by bandits on the road. The boy states that this is very suspicious, and that someone is trying to prevent the data's revelation. Our hero agrees with the boy and admits that the whole strange situation is very suspicious. The young Hoover says that before hiring them, there is a procedure to follow and shows a contract. The young man recognizes the rare item as a mortal contract that attacks whoever breaks its terms. The rules are clear: no damaging the data or leaking information until the request is completed. The hero notices the boy's effort and says he needs to check one last thing before signing. He asks if the other mages followed the same procedure, and the boy confirms they did. The guards assure that all were level 4, and that security was always the top priority. The hero says he will judge for himself and asks them to bring the contracts the others signed. One of the guards gets angry and shouts at the young man, calling him a scoundrel for his audacity. The guard is furious with the hero's attitude, and a strong red aura of anger surrounds him. Suddenly, the guard is startled to realize he can no longer move a muscle in his body. Our hero explains that with good control of the wind, it's possible to forge a powerful aura. The guards are shocked, and the young man says the request is fair to ensure trust. Little Jake agrees and orders all his guards to step away immediately. The boy rings a bell and asks a servant to quickly bring all the signed contracts. The hero analyzes the contracts and reads the names of the former mages who were hired before. One of the men gets angry at being called out and tries to attack, but wind magic stops him at once. A powerful gust of wind hits him squarely in the chest, sending him flying. The other guards are startled, and the young mage asks who was responsible for obtaining the contracts. The hero tears the documents in half and orders the attendant to be arrested, revealing that the papers are fake. He explains that they are ordinary papers, and the boy is shocked by our hero's revelation. The young man concludes that they are not bound by any contract, and one of the guards gets angry. In the blink of an eye, the hero's friend launches an attack with a serious and very focused look. With a powerful kick, he disarms the guard who was trying to attack and prepares for a counter-attack. The silver-haired man lands a precise blow on the guard, knocking him to the ground very quickly. The guard begs for his life, saying he knows nothing and was hired anonymously. The hero's friend pressures him, and the guard finally gives in, agreeing to tell everything he knows. The man reveals he leaked the mercenaries' level and number, and the hero concludes the culprits will come. Little Jake becomes desperate, thinking all is lost, and they no longer have a chance. Our hero calms him down and offers a 1 million package to decode and protect the location. The boy accepts on the spot, and the young man guarantees he won't regret his decision. Jake leads them to his hideout, and the hero's colleague comments that he also had a hideout. The little one is happy and says this makes him strangely pleased with the situation. The young Hoover reveals that this is the first time he has shown that place to anyone. He shows a bag he found in his father's safe, saying the secret documents are in there. The hero uses his powers and analyzes the bag, realizing it has a very strong protection. He discovers 3 protection spells and warns that if they tried to force it, the bag would explode. The boy is shocked, and our hero reassures him, saying it's possible to unlock it. With a confident smile, the young man states that it's nothing and will be a piece of cake for him. Using his magic, the young warrior manages to disarm the bag's locks with great ease. The boy is astonished to see the bag open and asks if it really worked. Our hero tells him to go ahead, and the young Hoover can't believe how easy it was. With tears in his eyes, the boy thanks the hero very much for being able to open the bag. The young Hoover analyzes the documents, but finds no clues about his father's passing. He explains that corruption is routine in the city, and the young man thinks about how fast children grow up there. The hero remembers that his friend Lloyd also matured early in the same way. The hero points to the diary, telling them to check there if there's nothing in the record book. He then questions if there's also nothing in the diary section, hoping to find a clue. With that, little Jake begins to flip through the diary to see if he can find any information. The diary begins on the date of June 10th, with the former mayor talking about his 2 years in office. He writes about the city's great progress, thanking the citizens and his partner, Mark. But on July 2nd, he notices the substance isn't disappearing and suspects a large criminal organization. After interrogating 100 dealers, he realizes none of them knew the real boss behind it all. With that, the mayor decides the best thing to do is to talk directly with Mark about everything. However, after the conversation, he feels something strange and decides to have someone watch his partner. The hero notices the boy has become quiet and asks what the problem is with the diary's content. The young man offers to read the rest if it's too difficult for the boy to continue. He then reads that Mark Sweet was the big boss of the largest substance cartel in the entire empire. With his hand clenched into a fist, the young warrior continues reading, reaching the 18th. The mayor reports on the new treatment center and a meeting to take down the cartel for good. And this is the last entry, leaving the boy shocked, as September 18th is a significant date. The boy remembers that September 18th was the day of his father's passing and a promise from Mark. He can't believe that the man who comforted him was actually the executive of a dangerous cartel. The young Hoover begins to cry desperately, wondering how Uncle Mark could betray his family. The silver-haired friend says he will pay, and our hero tells the boy not to give up the fight. The young man promises he will bring justice and reminds him they are powerful mages of the Four Towers League. The colleague warns that the situation is worse than they thought, and that this is no longer just a city problem. The hero explains that if Mark becomes mayor, he will turn the 30 million tourists into adepts. With that, the substances would spread across the nation, and the diary is the only weapon to prevent his election. The friend concludes that to win, Mark needs to keep the citizens distracted with something else. The warrior asks if there is any big event in the city, and the boy confirms there is, at once. Jake reveals that tonight, there will be a party for the citizens with a large fireworks display. The silver-haired man suggests they get the boy out of there, as a direct confrontation seems very dangerous. The hero jokes that his friend knows how to make a realistic judgment, and he replies that he's still human, but the young mage rejects the idea of evacuating the boy with a very serious expression on his face. Little Hoover stands up, determined, and states with absolute certainty that he will not run from the battle. He clutches his chest, saying that if he runs now, he might never get the chance to avenge his father. The boy offers to cancel the contract and face everything alone if they find it too dangerous. The boy shows an unshakable determination in his green eyes, staring at the hero without blinking. The young man says they won't leave him behind because he trusted them, and the boy thanks him, emotional. The hero says the thanks can wait and asks if there is a communicator in the house. Jake explains that communications are down, and the mage realizes everything was planned by the enemy. The young man then asks about a crystal orb, and the boy says his father used to collect antiques. The boy reveals that the orb is right there, because he asked his father for it as a gift, since it was pretty. The friend finds it a bizarre coincidence, and the hero tells him to be quiet, saying they will use the orb. The young mage holds the orb, which glows intensely, and notes that it is working very well. The colleague questions how he learned to use the orb, and the hero says it was out of sheer boredom. The young man remembers that just a few decades ago, that relic was considered cutting-edge technology. The silver-haired man asks if the message was sent, and the young mage confirms that everything went well. The warrior hopes the elders arrive in time, leaving his companion very confused. With a confident smile, the young mage states that it's better if they arrive soon. Far away, in the crystal management department, we see several shelves with artifacts. The department head stretches, yawning from boredom while sitting at his work desk. The team's rookie calls his boss, wanting to ask a question about the job they do. The young man asks what they do there, as he still hasn't received any proper training. The boss is surprised that he hasn't taught the rookie anything, even after 3 days of service. The young man says it's an honor to work there, and the boss calls him a huge brown noser. The man explains that their job is to note and interpret the numbers that appear on the orb. He remembers that before modern communicators, the orb connected the world and was convenient. The boss reports that by sending a unique number, the other person knew they were being sought. He then explains that the portable versions had a digit limit, unlike the current one. The young man questions the size of the number, and the boss asks if he has ever heard of codes. The veteran reveals that the numbers form sentences and were used to send news during the war. The location is connected to the palace, and the codes are secret, known only to the top brass. But he reveals they haven't received a message in 18 years, and the rookie shouts in desperation. The young man says the orb is glowing, but his boss thinks it's just a prank. Suddenly, the orb glows intensely, and the boss is shocked, wondering why. The man starts reading the numbers that appear and manages to identify some loose words. Without wasting time, the boss tells the rookie to write down the numbers so he can decode everything. They discover a crisis in the city, with the cartel planning a national substance distribution. The rookie is frightened by the gravity of the situation, and the boss tells him to connect with security now. In the forest near the mansion, a henchman asks about the cameras, and the leader confirms they are off. Commander Omar announces they have 5 hours to retrieve the encrypted data, but other mercenary captains decide to act on their own, ignoring the leader's plan. The commander sighs in frustration, wondering what the point of gathering the mercenaries was. He complains about the lack of coordination and the strong egos of the captains, which hinders the entire mission. A henchman gets angry with the others, but the leader tells him to let it go, as he expected this. The commander remembers the bounty on Killian's head, and a henchman urges them to advance. With that, he finally agrees to move, and his henchmen celebrate, running ahead. One of the men running in front steps on something that makes a clicking sound on the ground. Suddenly, the henchman lets out a cry of pain, and the commander turns around, startled, wanting to know why. The man falls to the ground with an injured ankle, revealing he fell into a dangerous trap. The leader notices the trap and alerts everyone, while another henchman calls him desperately, completely terrified. The subordinate points to something terrible he found in the woods. Captain Jackson's body is lying on the ground, and the other mercenaries are in shock. All the henchmen are terrified by the scene of the defeated captain. Right there, they're in front of them. The mercenary commander screams in shock and despair, not understanding what is happening. A henchman's leg is torn off by a mine, and the leader shouts angrily about the trap. The mines activate on their own, and the commander tells everyone to run to the mansion to escape. A beam of light hits another mercenary, while the leader shouts for everyone to move carefully. The henchmen run desperately, and one of them begs for his life in the midst of all the chaos. The hero's friend leaps between the forest trees, moving with incredible agility. With red eyes, he warns that running around there is the same as asking to meet your end. Like a blur, the silver-haired man attacks and defeats several mercenaries at once without mercy. One of the men hides in terror upon seeing his companion's body lying on the ground. Trembling with fear, the mercenary begs to be left in peace, hoping to survive. The forest falls silent for a moment, and the man holds his breath in great fear. He tries to stay as quiet as possible in the hope that the enemies have gone away. The man wonders if they have left and believes he won't share the same fate as the others. Suddenly, a drop of a dark liquid falls on his nose, and he thinks it's just water. The silver-haired friend appears above the man with a cold gaze and glowing red eyes. The mercenary begins to groan and scream in pain, feeling something terrible take over his body. In desperation, the henchman draws a large firearm to try for one last chance to live. He shoots in all directions, yelling for the enemy to fall once and for all, but the shots are blocked by a barrier, and the silver-haired man says he hates one thing. The henchman is shocked by the scene, and the warrior says he hates anyone who points a weapon at him. On the roof, our hero complains that his powerful long-range technique uses too much mana. He used heat detection and a wind bullet to create his famous wind shot. The young warrior rubs his tired eyes and complains about the technique's huge mana consumption. Satisfied with having neutralized 67 enemies, he decides to scan the entire area. The mana radar shows his silver-haired friend and the two allies while the rest protect the mansion. The scan reveals that about 50 enemies are still scattered throughout the large forest. From the map, the hero can see that the remaining enemies are fleeing in fear of the battle. The young man wonders if the battle is finally over and notices something strange on the mana radar. Suddenly, all the red dots on the radar change direction at the same time. He doesn't understand why the enemies are running back to the mansion, even after their defeat. The young mage finds this senseless and suspects that something very strange is happening. In the forest, the silver-haired man notices that the smell of gunpowder has stopped and stays alert to his surroundings. He wonders if everyone has fled, and his two allies run towards him, calling his name. The men celebrate the historic victory, saying that just 4 of them scared off 150. But the silver-haired warrior tells them to wait, with a serious and very worried look. He warns them to prepare, as the enemies are returning to attack once more. The enemies return screaming like madmen, and the silver-haired man notices they are not in their right minds. He lands a punch on one of them and wonders if the enemies used some kind of substance. The henchman doesn't even feel the blow and continues to advance without showing any reaction of pain. With that, the silver-haired warrior attacks with more force, landing a fatal blow to the man's head. The silver-haired man continues to fight in the forest and takes down another enemy with a precise blow. He realizes that the technique used on the mercenaries is the same one the traitor used on the chief. One of the allies calls for help, and the silver-haired man prepares to go and help him at once. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks with an expression of total shock on his face. With his red eyes glowing, he recognizes someone's presence and says it's been a while. The traitor Kaya Lockwood appears, and the warrior wonders what she is doing there. She scoffs at the nickname traitor, and the silver-haired man questions her about the truth of a rumor. He asks if it's true that she stole the king's mark and made the tribe's chief go mad. With his fist clenched in anger, the warrior demands to hear the truth directly from her mouth. He remembers that the old Kaya he knew was his idol and the strongest warrior. In his memories, he recalls his old admiration for her and her strength in the tribe. The silver-haired man wonders why she did all that and what her grand purpose could be. In a memory, he sees the crazed chief being attacked by his own warriors. The image of the chief being defeated by his trusted men haunts the warrior's mind. He begs her to deny everything and say it was just a big misunderstanding, but the woman coldly confirms that it's all true and asks what he's going to do about it. The silver-haired man is speechless and wonders why she doesn't even offer an excuse. With a malicious smile, the traitor replies that she simply has no reason to. He grabs her forcefully, and she taunts him, saying the chief's end was quite tragic. With his eyes glowing with pure rage, the warrior prepares to attack with everything he has. He assumes a battle stance, but the woman provokes him, asking if he's really going to attack her. She calls him a stupid little brother and says a warrior of the forest never retreats in a fight. The young man replies that he learned to live as a warrior, not as a cowardly sage. The woman calls them lunatics and asks if he isn't worried about his friend. He assures her that Oscar is strong and won't lose to her puppets, and he lunges to attack. Meanwhile, one of the allies is frightened to see his companions falling one by one. Terrified, the man looks back for help to get out of there alive. He drags himself on the ground, begging for help as the enemies get closer and closer. The other ally thinks about using his fallen companion as bait to escape, but he remembers the photo of his son and the promise he made to return home safely. Regretting his selfish thought, he stands up and starts running, cursing the situation. He runs desperately, trying to save his own life and leave everything behind. But one of the enemies catches up to him, and he laments trying to do something he's not used to. The man continues running through the dark forest, cursing his bad luck on that mission. He screams in frustration and fear as he tries to escape the enemies who pursue him relentlessly. The soldier laments acting out of character and getting himself into this mess. Suddenly, a huge wave of magical power hits all the mercenaries in the forest. The man gets up, confused, next to his colleague, not understanding what just happened. Our hero appears in front of them, and the soldier shouts his name with enormous relief. The man complains about the delay, and the young man says it's a relief they are okay and asks about the enemies. The soldier reports that the enemies feel no pain and continue to move like monsters. He doesn't know what happened and just says that the silver-haired man called their leader Kaya Lockwood. Our hero is surprised to hear the name Kaya Lockwood and seems to recognize it from somewhere. In his memories, he remembers a man with a lion mask saying she is Reborn's daughter. The soldier despairs as he sees the enemies approaching and asks if the hero has a plan. He remembers the king's tattoo given to the strongest warrior who would one day become the chief. The tattoo is a rare artifact that returns to the temple after its bearer's passing. The young man concludes that the technique to turn the men crazy is the immortal impulse, but the original ability only boosted allies' confidence and didn't transform them. The tattoo was only given to the most just, and he laments the abuse of such an important power. The young mage wonders what the reason could be for Reborn's daughter to be doing all this. The ally shouts that the enemies are endless and suggests calling the mercenaries from the property. Our hero says that's not necessary and that he already has a method to resolve the situation. He asks the allies to buy him 30 seconds of time to prepare a spell. The men are desperate with the request, but agree to try their best in the battle. They fight bravely against the horde of enemies, trying to buy the time the hero asked for. The soldier shouts the mage friend's name, hoping he finishes his preparation soon. The young man opens his glowing blue eyes, concentrating fully on his powerful magic. With his hands together, he prepares to release a large amount of magical power. He casts the spell Solitary Garden, which creates a large area of effect throughout the forest. Our hero says he is ready, and all the enemies in the area are affected by the magic. The two allies are shocked to see the enemies falling to the ground, not understanding what happened. The young man keeps his hands together, concentrating to maintain the effect of his powerful magic. He explains that he created a space without mana, cutting the puppet's connection to their master. The soldier is confused and doesn't understand what that means in practice for the battle. The hero tells the two to return to the property, and the soldier asks if he isn't going with them. The young mage confirms he is not going with them, because he still has something important to do. He reveals with a serious look that he needs to bring someone back with him to the mansion. Suddenly, a huge explosion of light illuminates the entire forest with an intense glow. The traitor praises the silver-haired man's improvement in battle and the correction of his bad habits. With her hand glowing with a red aura, she prepares to use a new technique. The woman's claws glow intensely with a dark and very dangerous power. She attacks with the Song of the Wolf, a powerful technique that lunges at the silver-haired warrior. The traitor again praises her opponent's improvement, recognizing his strength in combat, but she calls him too honest, and the silver-haired man replies that a warrior doesn't use tricks. She calls him a fool and suddenly realizes her immoral impulse ability has been cut off. The woman says she didn't turn off the technique, and the silver-haired man tells her to duck to dodge. A powerful beam of blue energy cuts through the air, passing very close to the trader's head. She is startled by the wind bullet and deduces that it's the work of someone from the White Tower. The woman wonders if it was the same one who cut off her ability and finds it impossible for reinforcements to have arrived. The trader finds it impossible for a level 3 mage to cut the connection of a level 7 mage. She takes advantage of the silver-haired man's distraction and hits him with a powerful kick to the face. The warrior feels the impact, and a dark energy begins to spread through his body. She scoffs at the young man for dreaming of hitting her and wonders where the other shooter is. With a malicious smile, she says she will find the cheeky shooter who is bothering her. The woman concentrates to try to locate our hero amidst the dense forest. With her red eyes focused, she scans the entire area in search of any sign of mana, but she can't find anyone and is shocked not to find anything within a 3-kilometer radius. She wonders if the rookie can shoot from a distance, or if he is hiding his tracks. The trader feels a strong blow to her stomach, catching her completely by surprise. The silver-haired man hits her hard, and she scolds him, saying a rookie has barely learned the basics. She explains that a mid-level mage begins to understand the essence of mana to be able to use it, and a mage of level 7 or higher is basically a world creator with their power. The woman becomes furious for being tricked by a low-level mage and threatens him. The silver-haired man tells her to focus on him, and she is surprised that he hasn't passed out yet. With her hand glowing in flames, she warns that he has 2 options from now on. Either he follows her slowly, or he doesn't follow her at all as she attacks him with everything. The silver-haired warrior is hit squarely, and a dark liquid drips from his mouth. The woman turns in the direction the shot came from and prepares to go after the hero. She scoffs at the level 3 boy and starts walking towards his location. The trader states that the young man's only mistake was not running away when he could. Our hero complains of the pain in his eyes and hopes his friend wakes up soon to help. He is annoyed by the royal family's delay in arriving to provide the necessary support. The young man is glad the two are separated and decides to go towards his friend. Suddenly, a huge beam of purple light cuts through the air and passes right in front of him with speed. The trader appears in front of him, saying her guess about his location was right. The hero is startled by her speed, and the woman realizes why she couldn't find him. She reveals that he was mimicking the tree's mana code to hide himself perfectly. With a smile, the woman greets him mockingly, calling him a level 3 mage. She asks if they haven't met before somewhere in the same city. With a smile, the woman greets him mockingly, calling him a level 3 mage. She asks if they haven't met before somewhere in the same city. The young man confirms he saw her across the street, and she celebrates having made eye contact. He questions why she is there, and she tells him to back down for his brother's sake. The woman refuses to back down and says she also has her reasons for interfering in the election. Our hero wonders why she became a subordinate of a man like Mark Sweet. She laughs and denies being his subordinate, bragging about being a tattooist far above his kind. The young man asks what's so special about being a tattooist, and she is surprised by the question. She is startled that he knows the Violet Brigade, but doesn't know what a tattooist is. The hero remembers his friend mentioned the Violet Brigade before in one of their conversations. The silver-haired man appears and asks if his friend is okay, and the woman is surprised by his speed. He says she is a monster, and the hero replies that they have no choice and must fight. The young mage remembers his promise to Jake and asks his colleague to create a 10-second opening. The trader provokes them, asking how long they will continue with their little secrets. The silver-haired man warns that 10 seconds won't be easy, but he will try anyway. With that, the warrior assumes a fighting stance and prepares for combat with all his might. The woman praises their honor for waiting, and the young man says it's the least they can do against rookies. With a smile, she states that she is curious to see what else they are capable of. The hero thinks that 10 seconds is not enough time to do much against her, but he concludes that for a warrior of the forest, the story might be very different. A powerful red ore envelopes the silver-haired man, and he prepares for an all-out attack. The woman is startled by the full activation of the tattoo and questions him for going so far. The warrior feels the great power pulsing in his body, unleashing all his strength. He glares at the woman and says that this is the full strength he can show at the moment. The traitor glares back at him with her red eyes shining very intensely. She challenges him to attack her with a confident smile, and without showing any hint of fear. The woman also prepares for battle and calls the silver-haired man a warrior of the forest. The two release their auras of power, which clash, creating a huge wave of energy. The collision of their powers causes an explosion of light and force in the middle of the large forest. The woman manages to block the silver-haired man's attack with one of her hands without difficulty. She plants her feet on the ground to withstand the impact of her opponent's powerful attack. The traitor finds the situation interesting, and the silver-haired man uses a sealing magic on the ground. She shouts for him to increase his power and encourages him to fight with everything he has. The warrior shouts and tries to go beyond his limits to win the battle. He releases a wave of bluish power from his body, straining himself to the maximum in the fight. With her red eyes, the woman observes her opponent's effort without moving. Suddenly, the silver-haired man faints, and the traitor says he pushed his mana to the limit. She catches his body and laments the situation, saying it's tough even though they're family. The woman throws him to the ground and decides it's time to deal with the little genius. She turns around but doesn't find the hero anywhere and is confused by his disappearance. She wonders where he is and recognizes the solitary garden magic he used before. With her red eyes focused, she starts looking for him again in the forest. The woman is caught by surprise by a sphere of greenish energy that surrounds her. She wonders if there is a level 3 spell she didn't know about yet. The traitor notes that the spell blocks mana and air and admits it would be dangerous for others. With a smile, she provokes him, saying that he also feels her power there. She states that this level of power is not enough to control her. The woman says that even a genius can't overcome the level difference between them. She prepares to end the fight and put an end to this torture of hope. Suddenly, she is startled to realize that her tattoo magic is not activating. The hero thinks it would be impossible to fight a level 7, but she is a warrior of the forest. In his memories, he remembers that the tattoo magic was taught by the masters of the White Tower. The copyrights belong to the tower, and only the masters can access all the knowledge. The magic works by injecting mana into the tattoos, so cutting off the mana can control the magic. He feels relieved to have reviewed the materials, but knows their real weapon is something else. The traitor smiles with confidence and prepares to show her true strength in battle. She admits the situation is a bit dangerous but shows no sign of fear. The young man prepares to use his secret technique, the first chapter of Oscar's martial arts. With one movement, he releases the sound of waves technique, which creates a huge wave of energy. The woman is surprised to be caught by the blue wave of energy that completely surrounds her. The hero warns that without her protective magic, she is vulnerable to any kind of damage. The traitor is shocked by the situation and prepares for the impact of the powerful technique. She manages to protect herself with a yellow energy barrier, blocking the hero's attack. The young man is frustrated to see that her afterimage has dispersed and the attack has failed. He regrets not being able to hold her for another half second to secure the blow. The woman provokes him, saying he was looking at her afterimage and calls him a fool. She wonders if she is running away or just having fun with the fight against the young mage. The traitor thinks if she is just buying time for fun, or if she felt a real danger. She admits that it's not even this fun against the masters and wonders what he is. The woman decides she should finish him now, but wants to wait and see what happens. Our hero feels exhausted and says he has no more strength to respond to the provocations. He laments having no more mana and regrets showing off so much during the battle. Suddenly, a huge black sword falls from the sky and embeds itself in the ground with a great impact. The traitor is startled to see the sword and wonders if it is the legendary Black Blade. A man jumps from the sky towards the ground, moving with impressive speed. He lands with force creating a shockwave of purple energy around him. The man introduces himself as Chief Inspector Walker of the Imperial Public Safety Bureau. Our hero, fallen on the ground, can only whisper the traitor's name, Kaya Lockwood. The inspector approaches her with a serious posture and a determined look on his face. He places the woman under arrest for various criminal charges, including taking a life. The inspector places the woman under arrest for various criminal charges, including taking a life. The traitor and the inspector stare at each other in silence for a moment with tension in the air. The young man is surprised by the reinforcement from the Imperial family, a level 7 knight. The woman finds the situation tedious and notes that the Bureau's elites have also arrived. She concludes that it is no longer profitable to continue the fight now that the Imperial family has intervened. She surrenders and says she will return, but the inspector warns that he will not let her go. The woman calls him wise for knowing when to retreat, and the inspector ignores her words with contempt. She says goodbye to the boy and promises she won't forget the depths of that night. The traitor stomps her foot on the ground, creating a huge cloud of smoke to escape. The inspector does not pursue her and asks his men about the other target, the one named Sweet. The inspector receives the news that the perimeter has been set up and prepares to move. He approaches the hero and scolds him for attacking the woman alone and risking his life. The young man faints from exhaustion, and the inspector realizes he is already at his absolute limit. With a gesture of care, he says the young mage handled the difficult situation well. The hero wakes up in a garden and stands up, a little confused about what is happening. He clutches the pendant around his neck and realizes that this is all just a dream. He sees his father with a friend, and the man asks what Reborn is doing there with the photo. The father shows a photo of his family and comments on the cuteness of little Kaya crying. The friend complains about the lion mask, but Reborn says he needs to maintain his dignity as chief. Reborn says he wanted a more manly face, and the friend agrees with a mocking tone. The man congratulates Reborn on his second child, and he reveals it's a boy who can join the tower. Reborn says he doesn't care if his children don't become mages, and the friend is surprised. He states that a dream is something personal, and that his children will know what is right and just. The friend agrees with the wisdom of Chief Reborn's words with a smile on his face. Reborn asks him to send his children to the tower and promises to teach them very well. The hero wakes up from the dream, thinking about those past memories of his old master. Lying in bed, he apologizes to Reborn for his daughter joining the syndicate. He turns over and sees the silver-haired man peeling an apple and asks what he is doing. The friend says he was hungry and decided to eat an apple, and the hero jokes about it. The silver-haired man explains that the priest forbade the hero from eating, so he is eating in his place. The young man thanks him and eats a piece of the apple, praising the fruit's delicious taste. He asks how much time has passed, and the friend reveals it's been 3 days and that Jake called a priest. The hero is happy about the coincidence, and the friend says he will be fine after he recovers. The silver-haired man says that Elder Maxim called and scolded him because of the news. He warns him to be careful, as the mage hunter is still active in the north. The hero asks if any victim was from the White Tower, and the friend denies it with a serious look, but he warns that the other towers have had victims, and that he should not let his guard down. The young man finds it a problem that he is in the north, but the friend says they will be safe together. The silver-haired man says he will go back with him, because his goal was to find the traitor. The hero asks if he is okay, and the friend assures him that warriors of the forest recover quickly, but the young man worries about his friend's emotional state after fighting with his family. Suddenly, young Jake enters the room and calls out to the two with a surprised expression. The boy runs to the bed and asks if the hero is okay, and he thanks him for the help. Jake hands an envelope to the young man, saying he prepared it for when he woke up. The boy apologizes for not being able to give more, and the hero says that this is more than enough. The boy thanks the two for getting Mark Sweet arrested and bows in respect. Jake reveals that his dream has changed and that he now wants to follow a new path in his life. The hero encourages him saying he can become a fantastic mage like him if he tries. The boy says he will become a public servant to punish evil and save the innocent. He says goodbye and promises to prepare a banquet when they return, and the inspector praises the outcome. A subordinate informs that all the criminals have been arrested, and Mark Sweet shouts in anger. The inspector approaches and says he knows he is the executive behind the famous cartel. He orders the man and his daughter to be taken to prison, while the old man shouts desperately. Mark Sweet despairs upon seeing his daughter being taken away by the guards and shouts her name. The daughter calls him father, and he begs them to release her, saying she is innocent. Angrily, the daughter shouts at her father for ruining everything and curses him for his incompetence. The man is shocked by his daughter's harsh words and cannot react. The hero asks if Ara Sweet was also arrested, and the inspector confirms she was. He reveals that she put a bounty on their heads and was responsible for many people's ends. The inspector asks the young man's name, and if he was the one who used the calling crystal ball. Our hero confirms and worries about how he will explain that he knows the secret code. The man praises him for his decision, and the young man is confused by the unexpected compliment. The inspector asks if the master of the magic tower is well, and the hero is confused. He laughs awkwardly and realizes with relief that the inspector thinks he contacted Shasha. The man says he needs to go and says goodbye, asking them to take care and stay well. The two get up from the bed and watch the inspector preparing to leave the room. The young man thanks the inspector for everything, and he just turns and starts to walk away. The inspector leaves the room and closes the door behind him, leaving the two alone. The silver-haired man asks if all the mages of the White Tower are like our hero. The inspector turns, confused by the question, and the warrior just says that they all are. The man says it's nothing and advises him to rest to recover well soon. He thinks that the mages he knows are selfish and only care about their own profit. But the two mages from the White Tower he just met seem to be different. He wonders if the older generation of mages was also like those two. The inspector smiles and says that now he can understand all that a little better. Elsewhere in the Yellow Tower, the heart of the East and the city of Long Shine, in a large meeting room, a man prepares to start the important meeting. Tony Havertz, the only disciple of the tower's master, begins the meeting by talking about the other towers. He reports that the Red Tower has taken command of a large subjugation operation. One of the members complains that the Blue Tower continues to lose market share to the White Tower. Another comments that the White Tower must be celebrating Oscar's recent success. Tony says he has been hearing Oscar's name a lot and didn't expect to hear it again. A man reports that he fought with a tattooist and came out with minor injuries, which is a feat. A member says he was lucky, and another reveals that the White Tower is researching magic engineering. Tony questions the information, and the man explains that books and research are going there. A pink-haired man asks why they would be researching magic engineering. The colleague explains that they bought many levitation stones that float with mana. He says it's just speculation, but it made him think of a possibility. The man suggests that maybe the White Tower is developing a secret airship. Everyone in the room starts laughing at the idea, thinking it's completely absurd. The meeting members continue to laugh, and one of them scoffs at the idea of flying. A man says that if that's the goal, they don't need to compete and will burn through their profits. An elder reveals that the Yellow Tower has also tried and failed countless times in the past. He concludes that airships cannot be moved with just magic and lightning engineering. The old man states that the Iron Beasts will make the Yellow Tower the greatest on the entire continent. Tony changes the subject and asks if they have already identified the mage who set a new record. A member apologizes and says the list has been narrowed down, but there is still no clear candidate. The chief complains about the imperial bureaucracy that prevents them from accessing user data. He orders them to continue the search because they need to bring this new talent to the Yellow Tower. Our hero eats a soup while his friend says there was no more suitable warrior. He asks why his colleague is talking about this, and he replies that he needs to vent. The silver Haired Man wonders why she stole the mark if she would have inherited it naturally over time. He laments that the woman who understood a warrior's pride uses her power for crime. With his fist clenched in anger, the silver-haired man states that he cannot forgive the traitor. The hero asks if there was any problem in the tribe, and the friend denies it, saying everything was peaceful. The young man supposes that maybe there is no reason, and that some people are born with darkness. But he finds it hard to accept that Radon's daughter could be such a malicious person. The friend tells him not to think too much about it, and to focus on what he can do at the moment.